Welcome, my friends. Happy Saturday evening to the indoctrination. I'm David Snedeker. I'm happy to be here with you to kind of wrap up just an incredible week that we have had. I mean, really, it gets kind of crazy, and I cannot wait to bring on my guests. My friends, buckle your safety belts. I'm old school if I'm calling them safety belts, right? For my next guests and the work that they've been doing, uncovering the comms that we are receiving daily. Without further ado, let me bring up Sir.
Left field with that one, didn't he?
I had to do it.
Okay. So that tells you how good my eyes are that I couldn't make that out in the smaller block down below the studio.
I just got back from the Bahamas. I got a banging tan. Let my hair grow out.
Just introduce Sir Oliver Diddy.
I thought you guys would get a kick out of that one.
Dude. Oh, you crushed it. You crushed it. And Sarge, welcome, my friend. Sarge, I tricked you. I didn't tell you who I was really having on tonight because I knew you might not show up.
I forgot my baby oil.
But say hi. Yeah, get your baby oil. Oh, Oliver, that's a good one, brother. Thank you for that. I needed that, man. So I think he's trying to change it so that we're not looking at that all day, Yeah. Oh, that was good.
That threw me way off. I was not expecting that one bit. I was like, well, here we go. We're going to have a good conversation. And boom, here goes Sir Diddy.
Yeah, there you go. So are we going to look at that all day?
You're stuck with me because I don't know how to get rid of it. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of confused people in this live stream.
Yes,
tonight.
there are. Oh, I love the expression too, by the way.
Oh, man.
That is hilarious.
Messed up all night.
Yeah. This is here we go. Let me see if I can
hear you,
this.
Dave.
You can't hear me?
No, can't hear you.
Sarge, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, brother.
Can you hear Dave?
I can hear everybody. Yeah.
I can't hear Dave.
Interesting.
I still can't hear him. Let me bounce out and come back. I got to change the avatar anyway.
Yeah, before you come back in, you'll be able to change it. You'll be able to change the avatar when you sign in.
I can't hear him, Sarge. You want to relay what he's saying?
Yeah, he's saying you got to change it before you come back in. So go ahead and hop out, do your switch, and then come back in. We'll be sitting here waiting for you.
Okay, I don't know how to do that. I'm Diddy found right now.
So you click. You click on. I can't even pay attention. When you're back there, you click on the little star there, and you'll go to I believe it's visual effects.
Star.
Yeah, the little gear. The gear. It'll
settings?
be the gear.
Settings.
Oh, actually, no, I lied. I apologize. On the bottom left-hand side, you should be able to do it while you're in here. So on the bottom side, where it shows where you can see your screen, where it should say Sir Oliver on the bottom left-hand side, there's the 3 dots next to the microphone.
Right.
Click the 3 dots, and then it should say Edit Avatar, and you should be able to change it right then.
Doesn't say it. And I had this issue with Dave before. Remember, Dave?
Yeah, I think once you went back out.
I'm just gonna leave completely and I don't know, try the link again.
Yeah, okay. Do that.
Just kick me out, Dave. Kick Diddy out of here.
Yeah. All right.
Get out of here, Diddy.
You're out. Kick from studio. Happy to do it. That was good, man. That was good. He got me.
Left field. Far left field.
Did you see that before he came on?
Brother, I didn't see nothing. I can't see what you see. Usually when I'm hosting the streams, I can see the panel, but I can't see the panel because I'm a guest. But that's hilarious.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, happy Saturday, man. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Absolutely. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our conversation. What a week. Man. I mean, it's just busting. Hey, so so I know, have you dug at all into Epstein files?
I have not had a chance. Not to get too particular with what's going on. I've had some stuff I've been dealing with in the back channel, so I've been focusing on that more than anything. But I was told and I was aware of that this happened. The one thing I did see and I did learn and I did pay a little bit of attention to was that he had a bank account that was named Ball.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with JP Morgan Chase, if I remember the bank correctly. I was completely dumbfounded on that.
And then spelled B-A-A-L?
B-A-A-L. Yeah, it was. Here's the post. It's Bricks reported it more than anything. That was what was wild. Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account named Ball and asked someone at J.P. Morgan to wire him over $11,000. Ball is a demonic figure and enemy to Jesus, as written in the Holy Bible. And then there's a receipt for J.P. Morgan finance sponsors. I'll forward this to you right now.
You can bring. By the way, you can bring it up. I think in studio, and then I can.
Oh yeah,
I can pull it up.
Here, let me do that. I'll present the. I'll share the screen real fast. Go ahead and pull it up whenever you're ready. Let me know when it's up.
Got it.
All right. So if you look here, you can see it says Justin. I'll read it all over again. So Jeffrey Epstein. This is by Bricks News, by the way, very reliable source.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account named Ball and asked someone at J.P. Morgan to wire him over $11,000. Ball is a demonic figure and an enemy to Jesus, as written in the Holy Bible. And this is what what a ball is supposed to look like.
Yeah.
It's a goat head with horns, and he's got breasts, and he's transgender. He's got, it's half woman, half man. And here's the receipt from it. JP Morgan Financial Supporters, July 29, 2009 at 11:55 p.m. Memorandum from Jeffrey Epstein, the foundation, William Doherty at JP Morgan. Please wire $11,438 $11,438.10 for in the above account. Ball. Look at that. Routing number, account number. Insane, right? Absolutely insane.
Hey, can you hear me now, Oliver? You're muted.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself. But that's insane. That's absolutely insane. So here we are. This is what we're seeing now. This is what everybody has been asking for, right? On the left is, release all the information, release all the information. And now you're seeing the information being released, and people are going to start to see that everything that they thought was going to be for Donald Trump, which he's not going to be in there, probably hardly anything other than him being an inside informant. And the little bit that we have seen and understood that has actually occurred, right? He told Jeffrey Epstein, get the F out of Mar-a-Lago, you're banned, because of what he was trying to do there and how him and Ghislaine Maxwell were trying to fish for women, if you will. So when you put all that together and you're seeing stuff like this these aren't red flags and pointers that are going back to Trump saying, oh, Trump's a bad man. This is further evidence that proves that he was an actual deceiver of the people. This guy was a bad dude. And this is more evidence of it. And this right here is huge. This is a big red flag for people who, and if the left still can sit here and say, the Epstein files and Trump, but they don't notice that this is as demonic as it gets. And this is where I talk about people.
Dude, this is like, are you serious? This is like, talk about hitting it on the head.
Yes. I tell people all the time, this is not a battle against flesh and blood.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. By the way, Oliver still cannot hear me.
Sir Oliver, are you there, bud? Let me call him. He's been having problems.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Okay, and I can hear you guys. All right, perfect.
All right, let's move forward. Have you seen this, Sir Oliver?
Honestly, I have not seen any of the excerpts from the Epstein files, because for me, and I'm just gonna put this out there, I've seen enough.
Yeah,
I've seen enough, and when all the new information comes out, I get it from everyone's putting it out there. You know what I'm saying? So I watch, like right now, it's the first time I'm seeing this. I'm glad you're bringing it up because I get to see it.
Well, let me.
I didn't
let
hear
me-
what you were saying. I'm sorry. You guys were doing this for the last couple of minutes. I didn't hear anything you guys were
Oh,
saying. You don't have to go back to it because you have an audience that's watching, but
We
just
were
give me a
just
little quick
yeah,
summary of.
Sarge, just bring them up to speed on that.
Yeah, we were just reading basically word for word what's in this, but the most important part is that when you look at the dynamics of how the left and how the liberal base has pushed so hard against the Epstein files having something to do with Trump, the only thing I think that we're going to see any further is that he was furthermore an informant. What we're going to see is the further depths of the darkness in which the Jeffrey Epstein files actually have. And it was like I was saying just a second ago, this isn't about flesh and blood. This is about principalities and the darkness and the rulers of those in high places. This has always been about a spiritual battle between dark and light and evil and good, God versus Satan, and Jesus versus the devil. I mean, it's always been this way. And this is where we're going to start seeing more proof of it. Why would you have an account named Ball?
100%. And there was Satan and on Twitter. Satan had an account on Twitter, and Q told us that that account belongs to a prominent person.
Well, I want to show you guys, when, here we are, like, kind of at the tip of the spear information wise. And because of Q. Yeah, we've been through the Epstein files. They're called the Q drops. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
November 11th, 2017. What is a cult? Who worships Satan? What is a cult? Epstein Island. What is a temple? What occurs in a temple? This was the only negative post about Israel, basically. We're saving Israel for last was the only other post. Yeah. Why is he spending money to bury the tunnels underneath Epstein Island? Hillary. I mean, this goes back to 2017, gents, and we have been on it for, a long time. So these new Epstein files, yes, I'm excited to see what comes out of them, but we have been way out ahead of this for many, many years. I was aware of Epstein, but Q took it to another level.
I'm excited to see how many people are now getting involved. And what I noticed, I'm sure you guys noticed this as well, the Democrat congressmen and senators have come out, and they have for the last few weeks, they have been doing this where they carry their little mics and they do the little interviews in their office or in their house or wherever they are. They're trying to appeal to their base by, through emotions, like they always do, right? They're trying to trigger their emotions.
Yeah.
You can see the panic when you see Mark Warner speak. You can see the panic when you see Ossoff. I mean, it's so blatant. Whoever doesn't see that at this point, you can't help them. But here's what I really want to point out, because Dave, I've been doing this for more than 30 years. And Sarge, you know that as well. What came out, and I think it was MJ Truth that pointed it out, was the Franklin cover-up and Boys Town.
Yeah.
Okay. And that took me back. And I had to go back into my files and look for some videos. And I found a clip on YouTube, actually, which was a good clip. And I posted it because it shows both documentaries. One shows, Paul Bonacci when he was in his MK Ultra mode. And the other one was The Conspiracy of Silence, which PBS was gonna produce. And last minute they pulled back. And they said, we're not going to go through with this. And if you watch that, I don't know if you've seen that, either one of you, but the person who took that case on was a prominent person from Nebraska who was also an attorney. And, he had seen enough. And Paul Bonacci was naming names. Okay. He named Bush. He named Bush Sr.
And by the way, in the Franklin cover-up, most of those were Republicans.
Yep, 100%. Back then, it was mostly Republicans.
Yeah,
and there's a reason why McCain and Bush were the first to be taken out. Okay, and Biden was there as well, and that's going to come out. I believe that's why they're keeping him around, because all that shit he did from way back when is gonna come back, and people are gonna say, "Oh my God, why? How could I have followed this guy? How could I have supported this guy? He's a monster."
Yeah.
You know, along with many others. You know, like you said, Sarge, this is a battle between good and evil, quite literally. And the stuff they did to children,
Yeah.
children,
Yeah.
little toddlers, we're talking about, and even babies, infants, in many cases, that's gonna come out. You know, the shit we saw, I don't want anybody to see what I've seen, but I do believe they're going to get a taste of it and who exactly was involved. Jamie Dimon, heavily involved, you know. There's a reason why Bill Clinton, and here's another thing I want to point out, because I noticed this today when I was watching Mark Warner speak. They glitch in all their videos. They glitch.
Dude.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
I can't hear either one of you.
What?
I'm gonna take my headphones off.
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, I think it might be your headphones. Let me know when you because I want to.
I can't hear any one of you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear you guys. This is ridiculous.
See, this is the second time
with me, man. I don't know what it is. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. So
you were saying all the Democrat
I gotta get rid of Diddy. Sir Oliver Diddy's got to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it's not showing up on the screen.
You got to kick me out. I don't know how to leave.
All right, I'll kick you.
Wow.
By the way, I got a Warner story, but he was basically talking about how the Democrat pedophiles are glitching on all their messaging and all their, just rants that they're trying to save their ass.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just that also goes to them. You see a lot of these people, they're in the streets with the rioters. I mean, that right there is an evident showcase as well that they're trying to, push a narrative that doesn't exist, because they're doing everything that this is their last hoorah, if you will. They're trying to fight it all off at the very end, and they're losing.
Oh, it's glorious. And one of my listeners, Jan, just mentioned what they're doing to the children here, and how it's going to bring us all together. And that's we've heard it from Q, the Great Awakening. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity, cross party lines.
Yep.
Difficult
Absolutely.
Truth. There you go.
Something else I saw too, when we're talking about them trying to put their last bits out in front, you have baby mom Donnie and mother mom Donnie in a photo with Epstein. That was one of the ones. That was something I did see today.
Dude, I saw that.
Thinking, it got me to thinking. I'm like, if that's baby mom Donnie, then that really goes back to show and test that all of this was always a plan for them. They were smart. You have to give them you have to respect the enemy in one aspect. They were intelligent on how they were pushing, how they were going to take over the country, how they were going to take over the politics, how they're going to take everything over, and they were going to make it their version of clean and swift, right, over the course of years. But in the idea of it being grand scheme of things to have control, it was a very short amount of time, right? Everything was supposed to happen within about 15 to 20 years. But it failed epically once Donald Trump decided to come down those escalators, and the military white hats said, okay, we're going to use you in effect. And because he was always an informant, they didn't realize that he had been back that far during all this in the 80s and the 90s, collecting data and collecting information to then later go forward and use against them to begin with.
Right. And by the way, the baby mom
I
Donnie,
agree. Can you hear me?
Kevin, yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah. And another thing, and I've always said
here
this,
it is. Here's that picture that showed up in the files.
I couldn't hear anything. But who's the lady?
His mom.
That's his mom.
Mom Donnie's
Who's mom?
That's mom Donnie's mom. That's baby mom Donnie, and that's his mother.
Oh,
yes.
Really? No way.
Yes.
And by the way, Kevin
I
Rotella
can't hear Dave.
sent me these.
This is ridiculous.
And look
I can't
look
hear
at you
Dave.
see this one here. This is
I
Epstein
can't do
with.
this, man. This is ridiculous.
You still not getting audio, buddy?
I don't even know if he can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
Yeah.
can't hear you, Dave. I hear SARS. I can't hear you, Dave.
Hey,
This is
can you
ridiculous.
put something, or what are you watching? Oh, you can't hear me.
I'm
Hold
just
on.
gonna hang out
Let me
and
do
listen to
this.
Sarge, I guess.
Let me do this. I'm going to call you right now.
I'll just stay here and listen.
Dave Snedeker.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, man. So let's do this. Let me mute you for a second.
What are you watching this on?
What am I watching it on?
Yes. What do you use? What device?
iPad.
Okay. Do you have another?
I have my phone.
Yeah,
You want
you
to
might
try
want.
that?
Huh?
And maybe you can.
Let me try the phone.
Yeah, put it on your phone and then just put the show on your iPad, but keep it muted so you can see the screen. Keep the iPad muted.
I didn't want to use my phone in case I got a call because I'm away.
But,
You know. But let me try that.
all right.
And if you get a call, you can always drop off.
Right. That's Mondami. Get the fuck out of here. Does
Yeah,
it say that? Does it say that in the files?
Yeah, his baby mom Donnie and his mother.
So this is Trump further exposing everyone.
Yeah, totally.
Because there's no doubt in my mind he could have prevented Mondami from becoming mayor in New York City. So this is something's going on here. And another thing, I believe Mondami is going to play a key role in all this because I do think Trump gave him an ultimatum in that meeting. So
yeah, I think so too. What we saw on the surface there was not what was really going down.
I don't think so.
And we talked about that, by the way, you and I. We talked about that. Now here's another photo. You see this guy with Epstein with these two girls? It's Brett Ratner, the director of Melania.
Come again?
That is Brett Ratner, the director of Melania. When he was announced as the director of Melania, I was like, what the hell? Because I've heard shit about Brett Ratner long time ago.
So he has him flipped too then.
You see me?
Yeah, I see you. You're on mute. Okay. Unmute if you can hear me, brother. Unmute your mic.
He's trying to figure it out. He's squinting with his eyes right now. He's like, where's the button at?
There you are. How's this? Can you hear us all right? Oliver?
The most censored man on X.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay. Guys, we're trying to get Oliver's audio in. The reason why you were hearing feedback and double talk is because I can't have that. And hey, brother, what? Okay, I'll kick you. Let's try this. Let's try this again. I'm gonna kick you from the studio. When you log back in, hit that gear button and adjust, check your audio, like where it's coming out of before you come back in the studio. Okay. So, but you might need to click, there's audio in and there's audio out.
And these were released yesterday, right? If I'm not mistaken, last night.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I'm gonna I'm gonna kick you again. We'll try this again. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, he's gonna try it again. So folks, we're just having some audio issues with Sir Sensor Lot here. And go ahead and unmute your mic. Yes. Yes. How's that?
Yeah, I'm on my iPad.
All
I
right.
can hear
Fifth
you.
time's a
Say
charm.
something. Sarge, say something.
I got you. You got me?
I can't fucking hear Sarge. This is
Oh, you got to
ridiculous.
be kidding me.
I am kidding you. I am. I can hear
Oh, you son of a gun.
you. Yeah.
Sir Diddles a lot.
Yeah.
So wait, this is the director of Melania. So
Yes.
I mean, okay, hear me out for a second. Because I said this, and you know I said this many times. Remember when Trump did, well, let me not say remember, everybody fucking knows he had The Apprentice, the #1 show for 11 years running,
Yeah.
right? And so he knew everyone that came in there, in and out, upside down, left, right, what have you. He knew all their pet peeves,
Yeah.
all their, everything about them, right? So, okay, now Melania just filmed a movie with this guy, and now she spent time with him. Now she gets to learn a little more about him. I don't know. I can't call it. I'm
Well,
not gonna go as far as to say that Trump and Melania are part of all of this. I can't see that. I can't see
no.
that.
And Q, like Sarge, you were just saying, Q asked Trump to run. That was made very clear to us. And the fact that we're seeing him aligning with some of these people, like Mamdani, right? Like
Man, dummy.
yeah. I mean, it's what's happening in New York City is just it's atrocious. Like they're I mean, it's a train wreck. And what did Trump say? He's he said if he gets elected mayor, it'll do more for the Republicans than anything else. Certainly in New York City. And I agree. I agree with him. Um and and the other thing about Trump in the files, right? Um one thing to keep in mind, folks, is that one of the reasons why Trump is in the files so much is because they covered the general election, Trump versus Clinton, Trump versus Clinton, Trump versus Clinton, Trump versus Clinton. I mean, there's thousands of just this. Okay. And so even the Clinton numbers are overdone because it's about the election. And so that's why President Trump's name is mentioned so much, is because they were, tracking the election.
Yeah.
So yeah, very very sus.
I saw
Have you guys
that
seen the
Jake.
movie? What's that?
I saw that Jake Tapper posted some, in my opinion, some nonsense about Trump. And I looked at the date. First thing I always do when I see documents, I look at the date, and the date was 2025. So
The date of what?
of the
2025.
document that Jake Tapper shared.
Oh,
About it.
you're right.
Are you talking about the one about how it says that the circle's still being funded?
It's all highlighted in yellow. He posted like 4 documents, all highlighted in yellow.
Because I just saw a document just now. I don't know where it went, but
See
it
if you
was
can
just
find that, Dave.
I'm looking now. Did he post it today?
I think it was today. I saw it this morning. It might have been yesterday.
I got you. All right, let me see if this is it. Okay. Is this it?
Yeah, look at the dates on those.
DOJ has killed this link. This is what was there.
What's the date on that?
August 2025.
wow.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Anybody could have put that together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
It's like,
Yeah. 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 This is
and that's part of,
yeah.
I believe that's part of Trump saying that it's a hoax. Because I
You know
Right.
believe he knows they tampered with many of these documents.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he kept saying the whole time. Remember when the left was screaming and crying, and you have every liberal Democrat pansy that was on the podium during any of the hearings for anything that occurred during the last 4 years saying that he's in the files. And that's what he was talking was the hoax. He wasn't saying, and that's what a lot of people took word for word and miscalculated. Oh, he says that the Epstein file is a hoax. No, he said that what everything they're saying is a hoax, period. And they were consistently misconstruing his words and misinterpreting his words and twisting his words all the time.
Right.
And also, you know, guys, when he said, we still talking about this Epstein guy in the cabinet meeting, that was July 8th. And the July 8th deltas on Q, there were 11 posts about Epstein, and this is July 8th. These were the posts. So when he was saying, are we still talking about this guy? This is what Q had. Look at the Vanderbilts, Anderson Cooper, Hillary, the Panic in DC, the Guardians of the Pedophiles. Here's Clinton and Rachel Chandler, Epstein's plane. Who is she? Follow friends. Friends lead to others. Open source. Does this single picture of Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane with Rachel Chandler refute his entire statement? Fake news, disinformation campaign failing. You are the news now. Together you are strong. Hillary Clinton and Foundation, crimes against children. This is a crimes against children. Clinton Foundation, connect the dots. Here's Epstein's Island here. I mean, this was July 8th. This was the day he said, are we still talking about this guy? This is a hoax. This is a Democrat hoax. And the storm has arrived was also on July 8th. And I went live that night and because people were freaking out. They're like, oh no, you know, Trump doesn't want the release of the Epstein files. I'm like, guys, no, he's baiting the Democrats and the media to beg for those files to the point where even Bill Clinton posted on X about releasing the Epstein files. Dude.
Yes.
You can't make this stuff up.
Hey, Dave, check your DMs.
Okay.
And I want to say something real quick to the point that I think Sarge is the one who said that they asked him to run.
Yes.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, and I know many of your viewers are aware of this, but for those who aren't, Trump had certain technology or has certain technology that no one has. And he actually tells you this. So in my opinion, when they asked him to run, and they asked him to run long before 2015 and 16. In my opinion, I think he waited until he was ready, meaning until he had enough information to control the narrative. Okay. Meanwhile, he has these people who are asking him to run, who may have ulterior motives in mind. In fact, I'm sure they did. He has them believing that he's gonna do everything that they ask him to do. Right? But Trump, being the boss that he is, he's always done what he wanted to do. Take, for instance, January 6th, when he was on the lawn at the Rose Garden. That was off script. The people who wrote the script for him.
You mean when he called us all to go home?
This is ridiculous, man. I can't hear you, Dave.
Do we lose you? Damn it.
I can't hear Sarge. I can't hear.
All right. How about if you want me to kick you and come back in the same way?
Yeah. Just throw him out again.
Go
out and come back. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, what's going on with that, man?
Nobody wants him to speak. They know how much information he has, and it's frustrating because he is a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
An absolute wealth of knowledge.
You know, he and I have had this problem before. Like I've had, you know, people on it. It hasn't been a problem at all. And he and I have had this problem before with him getting kicked, him getting just no audio or what have you. Um, the here, let me just make
Do you have
sure.
the current link to the Epstein files on the DOJ? Because every link I've tried to find
Yeah.
on it keeps getting every time I go to it, it says that it doesn't exist
Yeah, it's let me
unless they're doing an update
go
to it or
back to it.
something.
So this is the Epstein library. You have to say you're 18 years of age or older,
It's
right?
not even giving me that.
And then you search the full Epstein file. Hold on one sec. Hey, Kev. Cool. Thanks, bro. All right. See you.
It won't even let me open it.
It won't let you open?
It won't even let me. It's not even giving me the prompt for it. This is
Let
insane.
me it's justice.gov/Epstein.
Yeah, I know. It's not even. I don't understand.
I wonder if what browser are you using?
I use Brave. I've been in it before, and it's like every time I try to use it, it wants to prompt me for my 18, and when I try to click the button, it doesn't work. I'm gonna try it in a different browser. This is ridiculous. All kinds of stuff is cracking right now. We're under attack.
All right, he's back. All right, Oliver, how's that, brother? You're still
I can hear you guys. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I was just saying that we've had this problem before.
Not like this though.
No, not
like
at
this.
this level. Not at this level. By the way, one of my listeners said, Deborah Sanders said, I saw the movie yesterday. They had a scene between Melania and Bridget McCrone and one of the bad pastors, Jeffries, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I was kind of shocked, but I figured they were highlighting them. And when you think about they're highlighting possibly even the director, right? Now, I was talking about the cabinet meetings the other day, and I said, the cabinet meetings have more viewers probably than The Apprentice at its peak. And one of my listeners said that they think that Q might have been involved in that as well to kind of set up that whole boardroom kind of vibe. And I thought, that's interesting. Because Oliver, you're saying that, you think it happened, the request happened, way before that.
Yeah, he was asked to run for president. I remember in the 90s.
He's had plenty of videos, and what's her name? I can't even think of her name right now. She's asked him a bunch on his show, Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah did.
Many journalists have asked him, and every time his answer was, well, I'd like to think there's someone better than me that can do it. It's almost as if, like, I think you're right. I think it's been since the moment, and I almost wonder, as a side note, is did they know that he was a potential inside informant the entire time, and that's why they kept coercing him to see if he would do it, to see how much they could get away with. And if he was never going to run, or if he was never going to come out and he was never going to say anything, they would continue business as usual. And we've seen that over the course of the many years since there has been any footage of him from way back of him being anywhere near Jeffrey Epstein. And if you go through all the late 90s and the 2000s all the way up to now, there's not very much information at all, if not zero of it, of anything pertaining to him with Jeffrey Epstein at any point in time since those videos and those pictures that are notoriously being passed around. They don't also understand how deep they have to get in bed with the enemy to understand how the enemy operates. That's like the whole key term, getting better with the enemy. That means everything.
Boom. That's it right there. Full stop.
Yep.
And I talked about this in your show a while back, because when I did my little stint, I literally had to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
I literally had to do that. And so I totally, I can see that happening. And even with Melania now. And something happened very recent that gave me reassurance. And you and I talked about this briefly the other day, Dave, about that video he put out where General Flynn, Sidney Powell, Stu Peters, a couple other people were there.
Yeah.
And it was a Dilly Mean team who's, they're I would say pretty close with the family. Towards the end of that video, they said, shut the fuck up and let him cook.
Mhm.
So
Right.
for Trump to repost that, that's literally saying, like, I got this. I'm cooking this meal. I'm
Yeah.
serving everybody. I'm
Yeah.
the maestro. Then he posted that meme with him as the maestro. And if you look at everybody in that painting, you caught that, right? Who wants to live forever from Queen was the song
Right.
they used. I actually did
Yeah.
a video to that. I was shocked that I got like 1 or 2 views. I haven't looked at it again, but I had like 1 view in like 8 hours. I'm like, all right, whatever. But he did that video with him as the maestro and his whole administration as part of the orchestra. If you haven't
Is
seen that, go look at that.
is this the one you're talking about? The war correspondent and Trump retruthed it?
Well, no, war correspondent is retruthing Trump's video. You
Oh,
understand?
yes. But is it yeah.
Trump posted the Dilly Mean Team's video. That's it, because it was a minute and I forgot how long it was.
Let me play it here.
Was it a minute and
Well,
I
that's
forget
weird.
how long it was.
Let me see.
Orders plan to entrench single-party rule, explained in under 2 minutes. 1.
No, that's
Flood
not
the
it.
country with untold millions of...
That's not it. That's
Okay.
not it. No.
When did he post it?
The 28th, I believe. I want to say it was the 28th.
He's been on fire, guys.
Yes, he has.
Oh my God. It's like it's next
DEFCON
level.
1.
Mhm.
DEFCON 1.
Yes,
Why don't you
sir.
talk? Why don't you speak to that a little bit, Oliver, on the DEFCON 1? Know what we were talking about yesterday.
It's pretty much rapid fire, breadcrumbs. Many within a minute of each other, sometimes a couple in a minute, in the same minute. And usually when he does that is when something big is about to drop. And what happened the next day? Don Lemon got arrested.
Yep.
Mhm.
And look at what's happening now. The same day the Epstein files were dropped. Like that night, they dropped those files. I'm doing research on Don Lemon, and I get this article comes across my feed where they dropped those files like in the middle of the night. And one of the first reporters to report on that was out of the Independent in London. I don't know if Sarge, you and I were talking about this or whatever, but CNN reported on Don Lemon being arrested at 8:09, I think it was, a.m. And the Independent waited till 9:55 to report on it. And I said, wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Everyone else reported on it,
Right. Right.
in that 8 o'clock hour. They waited till 9:55, and look, it dropped 9:55. Next week, boom, boom, boom.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've been bombarded with boom after boom after boom. But with Trump posting that video with Flynn as one of the people who he's basically saying, shut the fuck up and let me cook, that means something's going to start happening like really fucking fast. You know what I'm saying? If he's telling them, put the brakes on what it is you're doing, right? Even if they're allies, let's say they're allies. Let's say Flynn and Paul are allies. Let's say Tucker's an ally. Let's say Candace Owens is an ally. These are all people that are in that video. Let's say they're all allies. He's telling them to shut the fuck up and let me cook.
Yep.
Yep.
He's not telling them go fuck yourself. He's not telling them, you're my enemy or I'm your enemy, whatever. He's just basically saying, watch
I've
what's
been
about to happen.
calling, and I know we all have, but I've been calling out all those guys because they don't know Q. And they don't know we're saving Israel for last. And so you've got Stu Peters and Ryan Matta and Candace all going after Trump because of his relationship with Israel, without any clue as to why and what he's actually doing.
Stupidas.
What's that?
Says
Stupidas.
Stupidas.
Yeah. Who just, blew up. And, and you wonder why these people are blown up in the way they are. Speaking of Don Lemon, you guys saw his mugshot, right? Everyone saw his mugshot.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right. Have you seen the footage inside the prison yet?
No. Is there footage of it already?
Yeah, you got to see this.
Oh man.
Here we go.
The mugshot here, and this is another thing too. I see these mugs.
It's let it forever, man. Wait, I can't hear nobody. Can you guys hear me? You can't hear me. I can't hear anybody.
You count up the years, and they will be filled with tears.
Now, I'm pretty good with this kind of stuff, because I did
Okay.
movies back in the
We
day.
lost him again.
Oh no!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, kick him and let him come back again. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
No,
we can hear you.
Dave said he can hear me. You can't hear me, Sarge?
We can hear you. You lost us. Oh, you
I
just
did
couldn't
for a
hear the
second.
video. Okay.
For a
never
few
mind.
seconds, no, I couldn't hear you guys for a few seconds.
Okay.
Okay,
continue.
so you're good. All right.
I'm
I'm
good.
pretty good with this AI stuff. I think this is legit.
Is Diddy
put
in there
one-
somewhere? Where's Diddy?
I
There's
put
Kanye.
he's-
Kanye West
yeah,
is right
right.
there on the left.
Damn.
Is that Kanye? Yeah, right. Hold on. What did I do? There we go. Yeah, so this and by the way, this whole Lemon situation is great because we're seeing these people step up, like Stephen A. Smith, for example, right? Who I've never liked. He's coming out and saying this is, attacking freedom of speech, the First Amendment, and that's the narrative they're all following, right? And it's just absolutely absurd. He gets his First Amendment right, but the people in that church didn't.
Yeah, whatever.
And I basically said, I just responded, I think, to his whole thing.
That entire church thing, real quick, just to caveat off what you're saying, that entire church episode, man, was probably the most obscene thing I've ever seen occur during this entire movement. I can get past someone trying to run somebody over the vehicle and them getting shot for it and end up being a death shot. I can get past someone trying to pull a gun on someone and then them being shot and killed for it. I can get past people throwing things at them and getting maced and catching, non-lethals to the face and losing your sight. I can get past all that. But when you walk into a church, brother, and you disturb a church and you go in there and you say, oh, I wasn't disturbing the church. I wasn't doing anything. I was using my freedom of speech and all this, that, and the other. And then you have that, weirdo Jack Smith clone walking around that's screaming at the National Guard and going in there with him with his long beard, acting absolutely insane. He belongs in a straitjacket. When you act in that manner, that right there for me was the visual proof at this point that hasn't been shown in a long time that this is 100% a spiritual battle. This is a spiritual war above all else. And the fact that he thought it was okay for him to do that and get away with it, I was like, boy, this guy better get arrested and end up and I had a feeling it was going to be because of that. And lo and behold, he gets arrested for literally that.
Do you guys, had you ever seen the following? This was an interview that Don Lemon did with Elon Musk. And I'm with you, Sarge, that you don't mess with that, especially when it has to do with the children.
Yes.
And the children that were in that church.
Elon, let's start with this. You're the richest man in the world. You own a major social media platform. You're space, AI, energy, and now even politics.
I can't hear anything.
Or even Democrats.
So you're not hearing this,
No, I'm not hearing it.
but you can hear me.
Yeah.
And Sarge, you can hear that okay.
I could hear everything.
You know what? It's closed caption for the hearing impaired. So you
got any
you can read. This is going to expose whether or not you can read.
Oh shit.
I can't see, so I need a braille keyboard.
we need to get you set up.
At least we're getting through the difficulties with some humor. This is great.
Yeah. All right. So so it's basically he's calling Elon out.
Elon, let's start with this. You're the richest man in the world. You own a major social media platform. You're influencing space, AI, energy, and now even politics. Do you think it's healthy or even democratic for one unelected billionaire to have this much power over public discourse and global infrastructure?
Power? Done. I built things people choose to use. No one elected me, and no one's forced to buy a Tesla, use X, or launch a satellite with SpaceX. That's called the free market. The real problem is when unelected journalists push narratives without accountability, shaping minds with zero innovation, zero risk, and zero skin in the game. So if you're worried about power with no checks, maybe look in the mirror.
Wow.
That was what we call a beatdown.
Yep.
Yeah. He fucked around. He found out real quick.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And so now we're seeing all these people, stepping up to defend him, to defend the First Amendment. But you know what's so interesting is that we had Democrats for the first time in history defending the Second Amendment about a week ago because Petree had a gun on him, and that was, used as justification for the action they took. And all the Democrats were saying, oh, he had a legal gun and he, it was permitted, even though he didn't have his permit or his ID on him. And we showed that video too of the breakdown when he kicked the taillight out of that ICE vehicle, and he was grabbed at that point. You guys have seen that, right?
And then he turns around. Yeah, he turns around and it's visible. His shirt over the sweater. His shirt was tucked into it because the sweater comes off, if I'm not mistaken. And his shirt is actually tucked in front of it. And he turns his back to them and everything. And that part didn't make sense to me. I was like, why would you see that? Because, well, I guess let me back up because you can't just go after him because he was physical. He didn't draw it, so you can't really go and take it. But if you see the gun and he kicks a taillight out, which is vandalism, which is an extension of government property, even though it's a rental, it's being used by federal officers. It becomes an extension legally. Therefore, it's their property in the midterm because they're signing for it. It's to them. Why was he not arrested? Like that was a legitimate.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't take that the rest of the way there. That should.
That threw me off.
Now,
here's the thing: when you show up to a rally or protest with a firearm and extra clips, your intentions are not in the right place. We're not saying that he didn't have a right to conceal carry. He had a permit, obviously. He had the right and the authority to carry. But when you're in a protest or you're going to a protest, you don't bring a gun because that's where everything gets escalated. And as a gun owner, he should know this. He should know that he should not have been anywhere near that protest with a gun. His responsibility as a gun owner goes to a higher level in those situations. And so it's a sad situation, but he had it coming to him. He was obviously an ICE hater, a paid agitator. He had enough clips to take out several ICE officers. He's spitting on people like Sarge said, when that altercation happened, You could clearly see the gun in his waist. So
Yeah.
the sad part is it is now going to encourage others to take the next step. Not just
Yeah.
bring a gun, start using guns. You got a mayor in Los Angeles or California, not Los Angeles, but I forget which city in Los Angeles, calling all the gangs to come out and meet him.
Oh man.
Did you see that?
For anybody that hasn't seen that, I gotta play that. This is, I mean, this is next level treason right here, and it's this it's
You didn't see it,
absolutely
Sarge?
crazy.
I didn't see this.
Let me pull this up.
Like I was telling Dave, and he knows, and you know what I've been dealing with for the last couple of weeks. I've been somewhat head down, focused on other things. So I'm just now free of all of that, and I've been just 2 days back into it, and I find out we've released Epstein files, and it's just Don Lemon's arrest, and I'm like, oh, what a perfect time to come back to the scene. All this stuff's happening.
Yeah, right. I mean, talk about. I mean, you can't sleep on this stuff. I mean,
Right.
and I know you're not sleeping. You're focusing on, really your children, your really important stuff. But here's this clown. This is the mayor. He's a mayoral candidate in Long Beach, California, just down
Wait,
the
he's a
street from where
candidate? I thought he was the mayor.
I believe he's a candidate. Let's see. Gunther Eagleman said just in Long Beach mayoral candidate Rogelio Martinez
Oh, I did see that. I did see
just
this
went
now.
full traitor. Check this out.
He's been doing this for a couple of days now.
Is that right?
My name is Rogelio Martinez. I am calling all 55 gangs in my beautiful city.
Retard.
I expect a gang leader from every gang, all 55 gangs, and I'm not going to name them by name, but I'm calling the Latino gangs. I'm calling the Cambodian gangs. I'm calling the Filipino gangs. I'm calling the Black gangs. I'm calling the Pacific Islander gangs. I'm calling all gang leaders to meet me right here, Long Beach City Hall, this coming Monday. Why Monday? Specifically, I need you to be here to meet me in person to take back this city, because our leadership is not doing anything about it, and our police are powerless. Once again, let me be very clear. My name is Rogelio Martinez, your 2026 Long Beach City Mayor, and I need your help.
See?
I need to see
2026.
55 gang leaders here this coming Monday. We need to take back the city. Enough is enough. ICE needs to get out of Long Beach. And this is the only way that I know how to get them out.
I can't even.
You know, every
Peacefully,
gang leader
but with strong
in
force.
California right now is laughing their
But
asses
peacefully.
off.
Yeah, right.
Remember, the police are not at fault.
And peacefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get all the gang members together peacefully.
They're gonna show up and start repping sets at City Hall and start shooting each other.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Right off the bat.
I mean, this guy just watched the Warriors movie.
Warriors, come out and
Come out to
play.
play.
Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
that was I love that
foolish.
movie, man. That was unbelievable.
So I was just, when we went to my brother-in-law's wake and funeral, coming from our house in upstate New York, driving down to the Bronx, we drove down Grand Concourse to that famous scene on Fordham Road where the military recruitment station is. Remember that scene where all the gangs met
Yeah.
on Fordham Road there?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That scene when he yeah.
And I told them a little bit of that history there, and they were like, "Yeah, whatever." It means nothing to them, but for us, it was history. Yeah, that was a good movie.
What what's really interesting is it's the reaction, and Q talked about that. Like sometimes said that I'm paraphrasing. Oliver, you probably got this dialed in, but it's the one where we make decisions so that we can see the reaction to those decisions, and then
Well,
we can.
you want your enemy to make uncalculated moves,
Yeah.
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
and this is what Trump does all the time. He forces them to make uncalculated moves. For instance, what you said a little while ago. Oh, I may run or I may not run. It just keeps them making bad decisions, I guess, and that he's a master at that. So, right.
Yeah. What, Oliver, you wanted me to pull up your post, and it was the post of what I was just talking about the July 8th.
Yeah, I remember that. So when you mentioned that, I said, you know what? Let me go to the video I made because I did a nice decode on this because that, like you said, that day was incredible. It was
Yeah.
incredible. Everything lined up,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's all right there. I put it right there in that video.
And it's about 15 minutes long.
A lot of that is the I sometimes I put the news. Yeah, so a lot of that is him talking. I may have done another video on the end as well.
Yeah, you basically did exactly what I just showed. This is great. You went through all the posts from July 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, this is great. He's with BB. What were you saying about BB? Anything in particular?
You got to watch it. Just take the time while we don't have to do it now, but for anyone who's listening and wants to watch it, go. I suggest you go watch it, and
Okay.
you could pretty much put it together because I kind of put everything in order there. Um, yeah, this was yeah. I Yeah, you do so much research and videos and stuff, and you forget sometimes what you do. But yeah, this was a good one.
Remind me, Brad
Play it real
Edwards.
quick. I wanna see what
Okay.
song I chose for this. By the way, big up to Scotty Moore, my man
Yeah.
Scott. He's the one that inspired me to do these videos. And I remember when I first started doing the video, I reached out to him. I said, I hope you don't think I'm copycatting you. I respect you and I like your style. It's kind of like my style as well. We're like-minded people. He's like, nah, you go right ahead. I like your videos. Just do your thing. And
Love is the answer.
yeah. I mean, he was the GOAT in my opinion. The first guy I ever saw put out videos like this. And I'm decoding, and he's putting decodes in videos. So I'm like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
This dude's putting decodes in videos. So I started toying with it for a while, but I didn't really start putting videos out till I don't know, maybe last year. I might have done a couple before that, but I try to get serious with it, and I started numbering them, and I get too busy. It
Yeah.
takes time to do these videos, all the
Oh man.
editing.
Yeah.
Making sure
Yeah.
that you know they fall right at the right bar or the right beat. Choosing the right songs, choosing the right news clips. Sometimes you got to go into the old archives and bring
Yeah.
clips out, to remind people. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of
The
work. And
it,
he did most of his work on his phone. Did you know that, Sarge?
Yeah, he did. I do know he did most of the work on his phone
Are
because
you
I spoke with him.
serious?
Yeah, I spoke with him quite often through text, and I would reach out to him and see what he was up to and what video was coming, and we would chat a little bit about putting a video together for Doc and everything. And he never got around to it because he was always, and it's not that I don't blame him at all for it. He was a busy man doing what he was doing. That's what he was good at. But yeah, he did mention to me one time. He goes, "Yeah, man, I'm doing all these. I got them categorized and ready to go. I do everything on my phone, man." I was like, "Oh wow, really?" He's like, "Yep." I said, "Damn, Bobby, all on his phone."
Somebody asked me years ago, why do you do everything live? And because when I was coming out, X22 and We Know were cutting videos, but they were coming out with stuff the next day that I was. I stopped watching them because I was like, well, I covered that last night. We covered that last night because they were, they had to cut. And the reason why I always did live is because I have edited short films. I have edited feature films. It's not easy. And it, like you were saying, Oliver, it takes time. Like it takes so much time, especially with all this damn content we got. So those guys that are editing this stuff together, that's something. But let's play this whole thing, and we can take a little break and let the audience check this out. I may have to cut the audio on it, otherwise it's gonna knock off YouTube. And
was the music rights?
Yeah, it'll definitely do that.
Yeah,
It'll
let me
do that.
Let me see what kicks here.
Then
Questions?
Go ahead.
All right.
About disgraced late financier Jeffrey Epstein. The fresh scrutiny comes after a new report out of the DOJ and the FBI that found that Epstein had, quote, no client list or any evidence that he blackmailed prominent figures. Listen to the president shut down a reporter when attempting to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi about that memo.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
Now, eventually, AG Bondi did answer that question, even taking the time to clarify an interview she did on Fox News back in February, where she seemingly implied that the, quote, client list was sitting right on her desk. Take a listen to that.
In February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
Now, the FBI and the DOJ concluded that Epstein died by suicide while in custody back in August of 2019. They say he had more than 1,000 victims that suffered, quote, unique trauma. They add that after examining all the evidence in the government's possession, no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted.
Good song. Good song.
So I cut the audio out. What's the song that you're playing?
That sucks. It sucks
what is it?
Because it sucks because the videos, I lined them up to the song, and some parts of the song, some of the lyrics go with some of the drops. It's Linkin Park.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys got to watch it with the sound. It sucks that you can't play it.
Yeah, this has got to be seen with the music for sure. But yeah, and Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret, connect the dots.
Yes, yeah, he was the lawyer for Epstein, wasn't he? Or I can't remember.
No, he was a financier.
Financier, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, he's
the one that gave Epstein the mansion in Manhattan.
That's right.
He owns Zelle brands. All the Victoria's Secret, and yeah, that was his that was Epstein and Maxwell's kind of hey, do you want to be a model for Victoria's Secret?
If I'm
That
not
was
mistaken, they either have him under investigation currently. I think that's what it is. I think he's under
He was
investigation.
subpoenaed recently, if I'm not mistaken.
He was subpoenaed. I think that's
he
what it
was
was.
subpoenaed.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
like 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's the house of cards. The house of cards are publicly falling as we know it.
Yeah.
I don't think we're in the drip phase anymore.
No.
Nope. The faucet is on, brother.
Welcome to the flood.
Right.
Yeah.
There was something else that came out in the Epstein files that's been talked about lately.
Wonder Twin Powers.
Later
Activate.
today. Okay. Activate.
I got 108 notifications from True Social.
Oh gosh. Alan Dershowitz, it's confirmed now that through the Epstein files that he was communicating with Mossad through Alan Dershowitz.
That Epstein was?
Yeah, there's a document, it's an unclassified document from the Federal Bureau of Investigations. One of the files talks about how he was using that, and it says source reporting, caption confidential human source, CHS, was asked by the handling agent about information she may be aware of related to improper domestic foreign influence over the electoral process of the U.S. CHS already provided in the U.S. CHS already provided some of the information documented in previous reports, but she expanded on several matters and described below that redacted Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS, learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner, ding, 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 were both his students. This is where we're now confirming. Remember, they were saying, "Oh, Jared isn't." They were trying to say Jared's not Mossad, or they were trying to say that that Jared's working for Mossad. The narrative was either he wasn't or he was, and that he was in control of Trump. Well, first of all, neither are. That's not true. He is 100% Mossad, and he was working. This is part of the embed, right? Me and you were talking about this, Oliver, not too long ago. On the phone, if I remember correctly, we were saying that, it had to get as far as that she married Kushner, not because she wanted to, not because she was in love with him, not because she wanted to have children with him, not because of any of that, but because they had to get in bed, period. It was part of what needed to happen. This is how deep down this cabal exists, is you had to get fully in bed, pull the sheets up over your, up above your waist onto your chest, roll over, face each other, and take a nap. It says he would be holding a stun gun as an Israel intelligence Mossad agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. CHS still continues to communicate occasionally with Dershowitz. And it says Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. CHS remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of Florida, which Acosta was in charge of what? The Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which he took notes after, or the she, this is the redacted name.
Who's
after
CHS?
CHS is Confidential Human Services.
Oh, right. Source. Confidential human source.
Source. She took notes. This is talking about the redacted. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief Epstein. Epstein was close. The font is kind of small. I can't see the periods. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed that Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's redacted, who presumably worked redacted, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was co-opted Mossad agent. There you go.
What if the confidential human source they're talking about here is Trump?
Yeah, you floated that idea a while ago, quite a while
It
ago.
makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
sense, man. You
Yeah.
know, within every department, there's your gang of thugs, right?
Mhm.
So let me give you an example. NYPD has, an exasperated amount of precincts throughout the city. All the boroughs. There's a bunch of precincts all over the boroughs, and within each precinct, there's a handful of dirty cops.
Yep.
And that hardly never changes, meaning, they keep it within the family. So the chief will have his brother or his nephew, and that nephew's son, they're all involved in doing all the dirty work. Same thing with the FBI. They have their gangs set up all over the country who are in cahoots with the cartels and the mafia, all mafias, not just the Italian mafia. And they have to continue to be able to get away with what they're doing. And what they do is they use intimidation tactics, they use bribery, they put you in compromising positions, and they have you, but they couldn't do that to Trump was the opposite. Trump had he was surrounded by good guys. He's been an informant since the 80s.
Yeah.
With the FBI. And he's always been surrounded by good guys. Aside from his own security, he's always been surrounded by good FBI agents, and the good outweigh the bad. There are a lot more good police officers, FBI agents, DEA agents, you name it, than there are bad. But the problem is the bad ones are really fucking bad. Well, they'll take, they'll take your baby out if they have to. That's how bad they are. So like you gave a good example with Ivanka getting in bed with Mossad. That was a sacrifice that the Trump family had to take.
Yep.
And I think it's paying off. It sucks for her. Could you imagine what she has to go through, what she's had to live with pretty much, for the last 10 years at least.
Yep.
It's crazy.
And by the way, this was Shipwreck earlier. Let me pause this because people are going to watch this.
Donald Trump and Harvey Weinstein, who Edwards says was once a guest at Epstein's Paris apartment.
Harvey Weinstein attempted to sexually assault one of Jeffrey Epstein's main girls. Epstein got mad about it and got in a major blowout with Harvey Weinstein and kicked him out of the place. And in Jeffrey's words, kicked him out of the country and never talked to him again.
Epstein, Edwards writes, referred to Harvey as a pig. Imagine that. While Epstein wooed Edwards, he also allegedly kept watch on him.
How did you know you were under surveillance?
I saw the same car following me. It wasn't like somebody was hiding. It was meant for me to know.
Epstein countersued the Florida lawyer, accusing him of malicious prosecution. When Edwards lost an early round in that suit, he says he was at risk of owing Epstein's legal fees, $10 million.
When he realized he could do that, he called me and said, hey, look, it will bankrupt your entire family. Back off.
Why didn't you?
One, I'm very competitive. Two, my clients.
Me and Brad kind of made a pact that we were going to be in it to the end.
In May of last year, at the Starbucks in Boca Raton, Edwards says he and Epstein met for what would be the final time.
You could tell he was just in a different frame of mind, nervous, paranoid, and it made me a little uneasy, thinking he may actually know that there's an investigation brewing behind his back.
2 months later, Epstein was arrested by federal agents and charged with sex trafficking. In August, he died in prison.
What, if anything, scared him?
Jail. He was only scared by losing his freedom.
So you don't believe that he was killed in prison?
No, he committed suicide. There's no doubt in my mind.
You write that you struggled with Epstein's death. How so?
I felt like after 10 years of doing battle with him, I got to know him so well, it wasn't he should die this way. The victims were deprived, I was deprived, and it also just feels like he left laughing.
Edwards and Epstein settled their lawsuit in 2018. As part of the settlement, Epstein publicly apologized, admitting the charges he brought against Edwards were an unreasonable attempt to damage the attorney's reputation. We'd like to note Edwards' book is published by Gallery Books, an imprint of Simon & Schuster, which is a division of Viacom CBS. Gail, of course, this continues to go on, this case. They are attempting to create a fund for the victims from the estate, but that's an ongoing legal battle.
I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein, and you watched people yesterday saying that I threw him out of a club. I didn't want anything to do with him. That was many, many years ago. It shows you one thing, that I have good taste, okay? Now, other people, they went all over with him. They went to his island. They went all over the place. He was very well known in Palm Beach. His island, whatever his island was, wherever it is, I was never there. Find out the people that went to the island. But Jeffrey Epstein was not somebody that I respected. I threw him out. In fact, I think the great James Patterson, who's a member of Mar-a-Lago, made a statement yesterday that many years ago I threw him out. I'm not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein.
This is well done, by the way, brother. I can't wait to watch that with the music. But let me take you guys to this. This was President Trump posted this of Jesse Waters.
Democrats want you to forget all about the shutdown shellacking. So they're launching a smear campaign disguised as a bombshell. The Jeffrey Epstein emails. Congress is dumping thousands of documents, and Democrats are using them to frame Trump. But we've been combing through them and can't find anything nailing Trump. Even Axios says the emails contained no real smoking gun. The files do show Epstein's deep ties to liberals, like anti-Trump author Michael Wolff. He colluded with Epstein on how to blackmail Trump. Wolff told Epstein in 2015, if you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. Why is Wolff giving a pedophile PR advice and coaching him to take down the president? That wasn't the only writer Epstein colluded with. A New York Times reporter gave Epstein a heads up that a former cop was investigating him for a book. That reporter was pushed out of the company after they found he asked Epstein for a $30,000 donation. Larry Summers, who worked for Bill Clinton and Obama, was also pen pals with Epstein. He was asking him for tips on women. Who goes to Jeffrey Epstein for dating advice? Epstein didn't just have ties to the Democrats and the media. He had foreign connections. Before Trump met Putin in 2018, Epstein was pitching himself to the Kremlin, saying he could give Russia insight on Trump, which is weird because if the Kremlin was controlling Trump like the Democrats accused him, why did they need insight? He wasn't just any old rich American. He was well connected to top players all over the world, from Israel to Saudi Arabia. And it wasn't a secret. Epstein went to Clinton's White House 17 times. And Slick Willie was a frequent flyer on the so-called Lolita Express. Clinton and Epstein seemed like pals. But when it comes to Trump, Jeffrey had TDS. I have met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump. Not one decent cell in his body. Trump should wear that like a badge of honor. The slimiest guy in the world hating you is a good thing. Epstein even admitted Trump, quote, never got a massage. The same author Epstein colluded with even said this.
Epstein believed that it was Trump who first informed the police about what was going on at Epstein's house. And from that point on, they were nothing but bitter enemies.
So Trump dropped a dime on Epstein, but Democrats say they're best buds? And that Biden and Obama's DOJ had proof Trump was compromised, but waited 3 elections to keep it a secret? They arrested Trump over bookkeeping and want us to believe they had real dirt and didn't use it.
The Epstein files were in existence and free to have been opened during the Biden administration. You were there for 4 years. How come you didn't open it as a Democratic Party then? What am I missing?
Ghislaine Maxwell said Trump did nothing wrong. So have Epstein's victims and Epstein's lawyer. And none of these emails implicate Trump. So we're back to square one. Congress is playing games, holding fake votes to drop more files. But that's not going to happen because it's up to a judge and they won't release grand jury testimony. This is now looking more and more like a ploy to divide Republicans and smear the president. For a party that claims to care about affordability, they sure waste a lot of time on old emails. Primetime wants to get to the bottom of the Epstein saga more than anybody. We've been covering the story for years. But the story isn't about Trump. It's about foreign intelligence, blackmail, and cover-ups. Christopher Rufo is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute and host of the Rufo and Lomez podcast. All right, Chris, what does your gut tell you about what's going on here?
Look, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein is an increasingly and enormously powerful man, even in death. He is like a human hand grenade, and both sides, both camps, keep trying to toss him onto the other side and hoping that it explodes. But again and again, the evidence suggests that while Trump did know Epstein, he did party with Epstein on occasion, he wasn't involved in any of Epstein's crimes. And in fact, when he figured out what was going on, he banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club and resort. And so the president, I think, had successfully established boundaries, and the Dems are just trying to agitate against him and trying to use whatever bits and pieces from these documents to get the president. But look, the president has been through a lot. He's been indicted. He's been arrested. He's been mugshotted. He's been shot through the ear. A couple of misrepresented snippets from these emails is not going to result in much.
How do you think the Republican Party is handling the Epstein situation?
I think the Republican Party, in part, has taken the bait, and there's this scrambling about the various bills and the court hearings. It's so convoluted, it's given the Democrats an opportunity to demagogue against it. But I think overall, the best policy is one of transparency. The more documents can be revealed, the maximum amount the courts can let loose to the public, I think that's better. And I think the evidence should, wherever it falls, it falls. The evidence thus far suggests that Trump had no involvement in the Epstein crimes. But I think certainly some very powerful people from all political persuasions and business and politics and academia and science are trying to keep these documents out of the public eye because, look, some very powerful and very well-known people were doing some very naughty things.
Yep, that's what it appears to be, too.
President Trump posted that. That's exactly what we're talking about right here.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
And the guy who, you know, I mean, this is just absolutely. Here's the thing. Years ago, I said, you know, the WikiLeaks, the release of the Clinton emails and the Podesta emails will be the downfall of the Clinton dynasty. And then a week later, I said, you know, my mistake, folks. I actually thought people were going to read them. Nobody read them. And the fact of the matter is that Q knows that. Trump knows that. So how do we get them to read them? Well, we get them to beg for them.
Yep.
And now people are seeing what's in them. And I also said, you know, all the things that they're trying to pin Trump to Epstein for, you know, the like little things, like he sent him a birthday card, which was debunked, right? Things like that. When the truth comes out about Epstein and what actually went down, they're not going to worry about fucking birthday cards and shit like that.
Right?
Right?
Be the last thing on their mind.
Exactly. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta just let my dog out real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Sir Oliver, did you see the last post that Trump put out at 8:57 just before we hopped on?
I didn't.
It's a
on
photo.
True?
Yeah, it's a photo from the opening of Melania. I should have asked him to share my screen.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's the opening
Yeah, I'm
from
looking at
Melania, and they're all wearing that
Mhm.
same pattern dress, Melania, and that's the same pattern that is over the knife that's on JFK Jr.'s tattoo on his arm. I'm trying
The
to
Z.
pull up, yeah, that Z. Yep, I'm trying
Mhm.
to pull that tattoo picture back up. When he comes back, I'll have him throw it up.
What I miss?
Nothing.
But
I will
We
say
just lost
this, though.
500 listeners. What'd you guys say?
What?
You
I'm
you know me, I look at the timestamp immediately, right?
957. It'd be 957 or 2157, which that's come up twice or two or three times in the last week because I have been kind of looking, and 957 is the one that says why are trips allowed whitelist Q, and then if you reverse it 759 you get where are the tweets from HRC, BCCC, Hussein, others, the shooting today, do you believe in evil? And then if you do it military, you get 2157. It says
Go ahead and
panic.
bring that up, would you, Sarge? And I'll pull
Yeah.
it up.
Yeah, let me go to my video here. Let's see. Share screen. QAG. All right, go ahead. I'll start over.
2157.
Yeah, so 957 because he posted it at 957. And at 957, you pull it up. It says the why are trips allowed? Whitelist, right? And then if you look at it reversed, look at the mirror. It talks about, do you believe in evil? Make no mistake, they will pay the price. And if you look at 2157, and this has come up, this is the third time this week so far. This exact timestamp has come up in one of his posts. Panic in D.C. James Baker testifying against Comey tomorrow.
See, that would be the one that I would focus on.
That's the one
And
I'm focusing on. Yep.
Yeah.
And the main reason why, and everyone overlooks this, right? Baker was the attorney. He had all the information. And they always go after the attorneys. Remember, they went after Kleinsmith. That was the 11.3.
Yes.
Right? Kevin Kleinsmith.
Mm-hmm.
11.3. That's when it really started. Remember, he got a slap on the wrist?
Yep.
Yeah.
And everybody was saying, Dave, I can't hear you, man.
Really?
This is crazy. I don't know if you have your mic muted.
No,
or what, but I
he's
can't
not
hear you.
muted. He's not
Nope,
muted.
Can't hear you.
I'll kick you. You want to come back in?
That's huge because James Baker, he was there throughout the whole Crossfire Hurricane and the Russian collusion hoax, and he immediately turned. I remember Joe DeGeneva saying it from the very beginning, how James Baker, he told Comey, he said, Comey, you better lawyer up, because indictments are coming. Because he knew James Baker was turning state's evidence. And I can't hear you, Dave. I don't know what I'm going to have to do.
How
But if
about
you look
now?
at that job also, Sarge, the date, look at the date.
Yeah, 9/11. 9/11.
I can't hear none of you now.
Let me
I'm
kick
going
you.
home.
Kick him
I'm
out.
going to kick you out.
I want to go home. Send him packing. Yeah, so the date on this is 9/11, and we know what drop 9/11 is because he talks about that a lot as well as March Madness. We're about to come into March. We're getting close to March. Everybody's talking about March Madness. I think that's when the floodgates will be completely wide open from beginning to end. This is where we're going to see the majority of everything is going to come out. The fact that we've been able to release the I shouldn't say we, but the fact that the Epstein files have now been fully released. And I was looking at a post that someone was saying there was 3.8 million files or 3.5 million files and there was 500 attorneys and lawyers that were going through them over the last X amount of days. And they were like doing the math on it's like 11,000 or 12,000 files or something like that, or 7,000 files per lawyer. I was like, holy shit, that's a lot. It's a lot to go through and try to digest and try to put together and try to, make sure you're redacting and taking care of the victims, those that don't need to be broadsided. And what I really like about this release is that of all the files that I've seen so far already, the redactions are literally just limited to the names of the victims. There's been a lot more released than there has been in the past. Now, granted, the previous release to this, which was, I believe, about the same time last month or 2 months ago, if you remember, they did the release and you could just copy and paste everything and get the redactions removed, which was not an accident, by the way. That was definitely on purpose.
Yeah, in terms of again begging them to look deeper and think that Trump was trying to bury it all, right? Oliver hasn't come back in yet, but yeah, please continue. You're on a roll here. Oh, you got a mouthful of food. Sorry.
No, I just eating an apple. Give myself. I'm trying not to drink coffee at night anymore when I'm doing live streams because then I'm up till 2:30 in the morning. I got my kids.
Yeah, I can't drink coffee too late. It does the same thing.
I eat an apple and it gives me a little energy, gets the jaw moving, gets the blood flowing. But I mean, that's pretty much where that one lies. But I was looking at some other things, in regards to what was that one? 21. What was it? 2157. Yeah, on the James Baker one. I did something the other day too when I was looking. I typed in time frame on it. Oh, damn, it did the thing for me. Hold on. Is that thing still clicked? Okay, good. I was looking at the time frames on the timestamps themselves. And yesterday there was one that was a marker. Oh, it's this one. I don't think this one was the marker yesterday, but this one it came up, right? And because he's done this, 2163, he's done this one. Like I said, he's posted at 2157, I think 3 times in the last week. He did it last night and tonight.
Yeah.
And here it is again, Q+. When you type in the timestamp of 2157, you get Q+. This is one of the third ones. So I was very interested in the fact that he has now signaled this one, and he says, "What? Together we win." He's been saying that forever, since he came down since he did the speech. It's going to be a fight with us. It's not me, it's we. This isn't my administration. This is our administration. This isn't my presidency. This is our presidency. Because he has been just like everybody else that I've seen that has followed in suit with Trump. It's not about me. It's about we. And that's the same thing. Like even Doc Pete Chambers says it all the time. It's not about me. It's about we the people. It's not my administration. It's our administration. It's not my government. It's our government. Right.
Right.
So when people lead with that and they constantly put that on the table all the time and revisit that analogy or however you want to put that, that is important because it allows you to see that someone isn't for himself. And people who say it once or twice and they don't revisit it, you can tell the difference between somebody who's genuine, who's not genuine. Right. But when someone consistently reiterates that, together we win.
And where we go one, we go all.
Exactly.
Constant reminder of that. And this is I'm glad you mentioned that, Sergeant, because I talk a lot about. Like I'll play President Trump's speeches, or I'll play his, his interviews, and he's constantly repeating himself. This isn't my war; it's Biden's war. Ukraine, Russia, never should have happened. And he repeats all these things, but the great PR man who was. Okay, Oliver's back in. All right, can you hear me now? You are muted, by the way. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for jumping through these hoops for us tonight. I know the audience appreciates it. And but so what I'm saying is that when Freud's nephew Edward Bernays, he wrote books on the control of the masses through PR and through disinformation and all that. And when they arrested, when they raided, they didn't arrest, when they raided Goebbels' office in World War II, he had 2 of Edward Bernays' books on his shelf. And one of the major things was, and one of these famous quotes from Goebbels comes from Bernays, and that is, if you repeat a lie often enough, it'll become the truth.
Right.
And so,
and not only will it become the truth to people, and not only will it become truth against the people, it becomes truth to himself. Because someone who consistently repeats something to themselves over and over and over again, then they soon begin to believe it.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, good stuff. It's a good dive. And we've been at 9:55. We've been at 9:57 quite a bit recently.
Yeah.
Right?
A lot of 5.5s. He did something today at 15:55. I just did a quick decode on it. It was the one, I believe. Let me check if this is the right post. Yeah, the post that he did today, where he said, I have instructed Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
Right? That was at 55 as well.
Why did you bring up 9:55?
He's had some posts like that at 9:55 this week.
Yeah.
No, I just heard Dave say we've been at 9:55. I thought you just mentioned that. I was gone
the time
for
frames,
a couple
the
minutes.
time frames.
The
What time frame?
timestamps that Trump has been dropping, that you picked up on it, the boom, boom, boom.
Well, wait. When did he drop the 9:55? Because that's not how I got to that.
No, we're just saying the last couple of days he has. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, he's dropped. Let's see. These he's been dropping 9:55. I can't remember what day that was, so hopefully, Sarge, you can find it. But let me do this.
Lost again.
And
Lost him
9:56.
again.
Man, oh man.
Okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got the boom, boom, boom next week, which you got. What took you to that one?
Me?
Oliver. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the Independent out of London and how they waited till 9:55 to drop the news.
Oh, yeah.
on,
And it was an hour. And how long after it was reported on CNN?
Well, CNN posted it first at 8:09. But this had already happened. Remember, he got arrested, and I want to talk about this for a little bit because I started when Sarge called me the other night. It was late. I was working on a decode that I never finished because it just got so deep. I wound up falling asleep. But
Oh,
Don
imagine
Lemon
that.
got arrested. Huh?
I said, imagine that.
He's fallen asleep twice on this show, by the way.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah.
So this isn't the first time I've kicked him from the studio.
Oh, he's done it to me too. It's all good.
Yeah, yeah. You heard me snoring a few times. Yeah. So Don Lemon got arrested a little after midnight. And remember, before that, Trump was doing the DEFCON 1. Trump posted at 1:11 that morning. I want to say that that's when the Epstein files were released. Or maybe they were getting ready to release them. He made a post at 1:11. I don't remember exactly which one it was. Let me see.
And this is the Muslim Brotherhood in Las Vegas post, folks.
I don't remember which one it was, but
And
the same to give you guys an example of how the Independent posts.
Oh, you're talking about the one where he does the symphony in the cartoon, My New Painting MAGA Symphony? That was at
Was that the
111.
one he did at 111?
That was at 111. It was a video for 43 seconds.
There you go. That was it. Yep. That was it. All right. Now, 111 is a massive drop, and so is 43. Right. So he did this all while Don Lemon had just gotten arrested and the Epstein files are released or about to be released. Right. And that was that the 29th? That was yesterday, right?
That was
Thursday.
That was 30th. That was the 30th. So yeah, that was yesterday morning at 12:11. Yesterday morning.
Wait, what was yesterday morning?
January 30th.
No. I know that, but what happened yesterday morning? That drop?
Yeah, at 111.
Okay. All right. So the same day, Ghislaine Maxwell is requesting that, and I know you guys have heard this before, but she wants to be brought in and speak in front of Congress because she says that 25 of Jeffrey Epstein's closest male associates took secret deals to avoid prosecution.
Mm.
And this is the same day. Now, to give you an idea of how the Independent posts, and the time frame in which they post, they posted this at 1:53 a.m. What time was Donald Trump's post?
111.
Yeah, 111.
What's the difference in the time?
42. Wait. What was the other time you said?
111 and 1:53.
So that's 42.
So we got 42 and 43, the length of this video.
Hello.
Yep. That's no
Hello.
accident.
No, it's not.
And 43,
It's not.
by the way, always pops up when I pull up my Q drops because of how often I've gone there. And here we have 42 and 43. We serve at the pleasure of the president, DJT. And then 43, these crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. And by the way, one of somebody in the audience just mentioned they're making mass arrests in LA right now.
Nice.
Dude, it's going down right now in LA.
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
It's big time. I'm gonna pull up some of that as well.
There's some live
Nice.
feeds cracking.
Yep. The core
But 111, did you read the 111 yet? No, right?
Yeah,
I just had it up. Yeah. This one here, it's about the Huma, Muslim Brotherhood, Saudi Arabia. What happened in Saudi Arabia? Why is it so important? Why was Kushner in Saudi Arabia recently? Who was arrested there? Any ownership stakes in U.S. companies? We're obviously talking about Al-Walid. Then it goes to Las Vegas. And, he owned the top floors of the Mandalay Bay. Why would they invest in Obama pre-political days? What faith does Huma represent? What faith does Muslim Brotherhood? Who are the bad actors? Who funds
It's not
majority?
up on the screen. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, sorry,
I know how
guys.
you like to post. There you go. All right.
Yeah. Sorry about that. And who funds the majority of U.S. senior politicians, right? Who owns the poll machines? Is U.S. political election system corrupt? Soros? Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland. And this is the one that we often often refer to. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital.
Yep.
POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama. Snow White, Godfather 3.
And 60 to 70% of the government would have been flushed immediately, and we wouldn't have had an active government. And that's what would have set 90% of the American population over the edge as well. That would have been a good portion of it. So yeah, that's the whole point. I don't even see it much anymore, but I love whenever I see people say, "Oh, we want all this happening now." I'm like, it will be, it will be clean and swift when it's time for it to be clean and swift. We're not quite there yet. I mean, we are. I think we are getting really close now. I think we're really, really close now.
And the most important part of this 43 drop is any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow.
Yep.
So he took us that 43-second timestamp on the video that we see here. I'll play this real quick.
Did you notice what else was in that? I mean, you had it up and you read it, but did you see that 9/11 was in that drop?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
We were just talking about that too, 9/11.
Yeah, good call.
Because that was a timestamp from that other one.
Yeah, good call.
The date on that.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, in this context, they're saying 911, but double meanings exist.
Mm-hmm.
And here's that video.
No sound. You can't play the sound.
And by the way, that's Queen, right?
Sucks that you can't play the sound. I mean, I've never heard of that.
Couldn't heard it.
Well, it's just it's just YouTube basically that would be.
What happens? They kick your live feed.
We have we have 260 over on YouTube right now watching, and they would lose the feed, and they would tag it as copyright.
Wow.
And by the way, that Don Lemon video I showed you guys earlier, him dancing in prison, Donaldo Trumpo posted that.
Of course he did.
Yeah,
of course he did.
That sounds about every bit of right.
Yeah.
So I love I love the freeze frame they chose for the ending of this video.
Let me pull that. Let me
look who's in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, Baron, baby.
Yeah. And then Susie Wiles. This looks like Don Jr. and Baron.
Yep.
And there's Don
Diddy
Lemon
in the background.
There's
Diddy
Don Lemon in the
background.
background right there.
Don Diddy. Sir Diddle's lots. Sir Diddy
Yeah,
a lot.
exactly. That was your avatar when you came up right there.
So you have to mirror the 43 because 111 is a mirror, right?
Right.
And that's Q clearance Patriot.
Yeah.
You know, the double drop, the first time he presented himself on the drops.
Yeah.
We're witnessing the 111 is so big. Yeah, I mean, I read that several times because ultimately the whole 90% will put 90% of people in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't have a clue as to what that means and who's involved. And this is why when I heard that the Franklin cover-up was in these latest files, I'm like, there it is. It all makes sense. Because this is going to go back to the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This is going to go back to the Vatican.
Godfather 3.
Yes. 111. If you go back,
Yeah.
it has the guy, it has it right there. You know? And that to me is the real ending, not Israel. Israel for last, very important. But most people forget about the role the Vatican plays in all of this. No one has more power or information than the Roman Catholic Church. Okay? Specifically the Jesuits
Mm-hmm.
within the Roman Catholic Church, and Dr. Fauci is one of them.
Yes.
You know, so
Yes.
this is, in my opinion, we're getting to that now. You know, we're getting to the ritualistic, you know, occurrences within our government. Right? Paul Bonacci, I'm sure you've seen it there. I don't know if Sarge saw it. He went into great detail about what they used to do to children. And this is back in the day, early 90s, from what I remember. You know, he described what they did to the children, you know, and he mentioned Bush Sr. by name. He mentioned him by fucking name. Joe Biden was there.
Reagan was there, but I think Reagan was forced because it wasn't until after they had shot him that he became part of the Bohemian Grove. You know, I think they scared the shit
Is
out
that
of him.
right?
But
Was that the first time he went?
yeah,
Didn't he?
after he got.
Didn't he go when he was governor?
I'm not sure about that. No, I think he was president. I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. I'm not sure. That I know of, it was during his presidency. It could be. You could be right.
Poppy Trumpo just
But
posted. 4
what I'm
minutes ago.
saying is this all happened during his presidency. Yeah,
Mhm.
Bush was vice president, but he was president. And they used to have parties in the White House. You're not going to convince me that he didn't know about it. You know,
Right.
you yourself mentioned that it was mostly Republicans back then.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the gateway, right? That was the way in which you want to get in, you got to
Right.
do.
Right. Sadly.
I wanted to play this for you guys because I think Shipwreck nailed it. I think I don't really follow her, but I think she's really down on Trump. So this is one of those accounts that's blown up. She, is very anti, left, anti all that. But I don't think you guys could help me out if you know Shipwreck. If
I actually had to agree with her on this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I had to agree with her on this.
Check this out.
Where you guys at? Like really, where you at? These new files that have dropped, redacted, although they're redacted, are pretty awful regardless. So like, where you at? Specifically you right here. Where you at? Where you at? Isn't this your whole right? Save the Children? Wasn't that you? Liz Wheeler? Where you at? Because I go to your pages and I don't see anything from any of you about anything. I see you posting a bunch of mega slap, okay? And I see you posting a bunch of damn those Democrats and damn those liberals. These files are damning and they're awful. They're terrible. Bringing back up the eat to pay 8 gay conversation, okay? Because it wasn't just about somewhat underage children, right? Because it was about ritualistic stuff. So where you at? Why haven't you posted about this? Why haven't you talked about this? You got the first binders. You got to go to the White House and get the binders and you got your, where the fuck are you? Where are you? New media. Where are you at? Why aren't you out here with your millions and millions of followers demanding accountability with the rest of us peons? This actually makes me just as angry as the files themselves do. Because what was that? Why aren't you talking about it? Why haven't you posted about it? Where the fuck are you? You need permission? Did you not get permission? Who the fuck pays you to do this? Like, who pays you? Just come out with it. Just tell the people, because this is pretty newsworthy. This is what everybody is talking about. This is where the trend is. Far be it for any of you to try and miss out on a trend. Fucking worthless. You're worthless. I can't even. You were supposed to be
Where you at?
the leaders of this movement. You were supposed to be the ones who steamrolled for accountability. Where are you? You know what? Fuck all of you. Every single last one of you. If you're still following any of these people, I'm not even really sure why, because they're doing nothing but propagandizing you. Nothing. You can't trust anything that they're saying. Goddamn disappointment. What a damn disappointment. Where you got?
Is that Liz Crokin? No, that's Liz Wheeler.
She reminds me of Tory. She's like the Irish Tory. You know, the big glasses and so matter of fact. You know, I disagree with her a lot, but you can't agree with her on this.
Yeah, she nailed that. She absolutely nailed that. And I'll also say this, guys. Remember when that happened? We were calling them all out then.
Right.
That's right.
Because they were all pro-Israel.
Well, Jack Posobiec's Mossad. We've known that because Q told us that forever.
Q told us that. Cappy told us that too.
Yeah,
well, yeah. More
they
specifically,
wouldn't say anything about Israel. They wouldn't condemn him in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
And everything they had, we already saw. You know, they were making a big deal about being the first to get phase 1 with the shit we all had. We already knew all of that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Everything they had, we already knew. And none of them are Q.
No.
None.
None of them.
So
maybe Liz a little bit because of Tory. Maybe.
Is
now
that
you
Liz
mentioned-
Crokin, or is that who that is?
Liz Wheeler.
Liz Wheeler. Okay, I wasn't
Yeah.
sure what she said. I was like, did she say Liz Crokin? I heard
Yeah, no,
Liz.
Liz Wheeler. Now Crokin's been out ahead of this.
Yes.
You know,
Forget about it.
for a
Yeah, she's the
long
GOAT.
time.
She's the
wait a
GOAT.
minute.
Tori, by the way, I've never been a fan. I know a lot about her, and I also she was bashing Q when she was running for office in Ohio. She was calling Q a software. That's all it is, a software. She said it like 1,000.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And then she comes out with, you know, this little movie, Enjoy the Show or something like that. I'm like, what who the fuck, you know, like, what the hell's going on here? So yeah, I'm not a fan. But I mean, this is, you know, that's, think about how that perfect video that Shipwreck just did was absolutely spot on and exposed them. Like, they were exposed by all the Anons for not being Q, for not criticizing Israel at all, for, you know, being in bed. And that was before we found out all the Charlie Kirk stuff with, you know, meeting with these billionaires and getting paid $7,000 a post and all that. So that was kind of like the first domino to fall, in my opinion, to expose these people that, you know, everyone thinks are awake and, you know, helping the world. And then, you know, to see that they're not posting anything about Epstein right now, you know, like, where are you? Exactly. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, by the way, Kevin and I, Rotello and I were talking earlier today, and he said that Howard Zinn, is it Howard Zinn? No, it's George Zinn, got 15 years in prison. Sentence. George Zinn, he was the guy who said, you know, I killed him, I shot him, now shoot me.
Right.
You know, and they got him for, he pleaded no contest to the following: reduced third-degree felony obstruction of justice charge, 0 to 5 years, 2 counts of second-degree felony sexual exploitation of a minor, 1 to 15 years. Because when they investigated him, Kevin reminded me that they found child porn on his computers, like from the 80s.
Wow.
Judge Thomas Lowe sentenced him to up to 15 years in prison. Sentences concurrent, so the max effective term is 15 years, though Utah's parole board decides actual time served. Zinn reportedly cried during his statement, claiming he posed no danger and wanted to change, but prosecutors emphasized the diversion's impact and severity of the exploitation charges. Wasn't he also a 9/11 guy? Like, he was one of the...
He was at another rally.
Yeah, he was at one of the... He was found at a rally at the... It was post... Oh, I saw that.
Not a rally, another event like this.
Yeah, it was another false flag event.
Yeah,
right, another false flag.
He was there talking to reporters, if I'm not mistaken, during 9/11, wasn't he? Wasn't he one of the guys that was? That's what I saw. I think I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. I was just trying to remember that, and I think it was he was there, covered in dust and dirt, having a conversation. I can't remember which one it was. It was something very recent, last 10 years or so, 15 years since that happened, I think. I just saw that. What was that?
9/11 was 24 years ago.
20 years ago. 25 years. I can't do math right now. I need another apple.
Let's see. Wasn't Zinn involved with another main event?
Because that was one of the other posts that was floating around right after the assassination. They were like, "Oh, this guy was part of," and I think it was.
Okay, here's what it is. An old video interview from Memories of 9/11 style documentary resurfaced online shortly after the Charlie Kirk shooting. In the clip, Zinn describes his personal experience on 9/11. He claims he was in a hotel in Denver, Colorado when the attacks happened and immediately suspected Al-Qaeda's involvement upon seeing the towers fall. He appears as an interviewee sharing his recollections, similar to many Where Were You on 9/11 segments produced in the years following the event. Yeah. There we go. So, again, like, why, right? Like, why him? Why did they interview him? There's something weird about that. And why did he do what he did? Because,
Can't hear nothing. Are you talking?
I am talking, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, I heard Sarge.
You heard Sarge.
You can't hear him again?
I don't hear
Hey,
Dave.
listen, I'm getting tired. Why don't you guys finish the show without me?
I don't hear Dave.
Yeah.
Can't hear Dave.
Can you hear me now? All right, I'm going to kick you out again.
The fuck out of here.
Get out of here. Fuck out of here.
Poppy Trumpo just posted on at about 15 minutes ago that same
You want
video.
to pull it up?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll pull it up real quick. I've got it ready to go. Do a quick share. Share the old screen. Share the old screen. Here it is.
There we go.
So that shows it.
Oh, I got to close mine first. There we go. Okay. Oh, my God. Shit.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town.
Can you cut the audio?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so it's that video again of him getting locked up. And interestingly enough, if you look at the time, this is obviously, it would be 11:07. You got 11:07. Go to, oh geez, where did it go? Let me get up out of here. Let me go to QAG. Here we go. 11:07. Oh, not that one. Sorry. 23:07. Oh no, that wasn't the one. I forget what the heck I just had pulled up. I was digging all left and right. What was it? 23:07 or 23:07? Dropped to 0. Yeah, here we go. This is talking about North Korea again. Remember they were talking. They're always matching up Obama with North Korea all the time.
Yeah.
And what is he in North Korea right now? And they're talking about the ICBMs. This is more stuff that has to do with all that once again. So he might be alluding to us again that this is going to occur. But if you look at 23:07, where's it at? Here it is again. Meet me in Seoul. More Korea references. Expand your thinking. When did Hussein travel to Asia? The more Hussein stuff. He may or may not be alluding that, we're going to see Obama get smacked again. Maybe some more comms come out about Obama. I mean, because we just saw the full redaction of, and I didn't do anything with this one yet, but because there's not much there, but we might be looking at some more stuff against, because it just dropped all these Epstein files. And it's very interesting when he continues to do that, when he posts things, especially even if it comes from Trumpo.
This is bullshit, man.
You
can't hear
It
again?
really is. I've never experienced this much trouble with a streamline. I can't hear you guys again. I was listening. Sarge was just speaking. I heard him, and then all of a sudden the sound goes.
No,
I don't understand what the hell it is.
Let me try something here.
Jump, man.
How about now?
Now I hear Sarge again.
Can you hear me?
But I can't hear Dave.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. It's
It
weird.
ain't me, bro. Somebody's fucking with me as usual.
Oh,
That's
no,
why my
we're
name.
not saying
That's why
it's
my
you.
name is Sir Sense-a-Lot, because
Yeah.
they fucking censor me all the time. Sorry, guys, for all the cursing. I'm pissed off right now.
No, all right.
I
I'll
can't
kick
hear
you.
Dave.
I'll kick you. Tell him I'm going to kick him, Sarge.
Right.
He's kicking your ass up out of here again.
Come on back.
Figure it out. Get a new phone.
That's
Maybe turn it
unbelievable.
off and turn it back on. Who knows?
Yeah. You know, the by the way, the post I wanted to share Trump's one of his last posts here.
I'm on it right now looking at it.
Are you really? All right.
Yeah.
You want to bring it up?
No, you're good. Go ahead, pull it up. You're talking about the one where they're all in the dresses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Trump's latest post, folks.
Yep.
He reposted Dr. Robert Jeffress, some of our church ladies at the new movie Melania that includes my prayer for the president and first lady. Now, is this the guy that somebody was saying this is not a good dude? The Robert Jeffress, the pastor in Dallas Fort Worth.
I haven't heard anything. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't know that it would be though, because unless he's reposting to highlight something. Because remember, he's either putting a spotlight or he's meaningfully saying something or showing something.
Right.
So I mean, it could be possible, but I just think it's if it's the photo more than anything to me, and the stamp, because that's the stamp at 957, right?
Yeah,
that's the 957 stamp, and they're all wearing the dress of the Z, and that's how we got to the Q plus earlier and the panic in DC. James Baker testify against Comey, 2157.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very good drop.
It's more than that. It's more than what the picture is. Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And what's more important is the meaning of that pattern. Remember, that's that pattern that's on JFK Jr.'s tattoo on the sword.
Right. I wonder if we can pull that up.
I'm looking for it right now. There it is. Oh, funny enough, it's by Liz Crokin.
Oh, okay.
Here,
You want to pull it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little little dilly dally here. Here you go. So here's the post. That's the sword, and you can see right here. You can see that Z on the sword, and it's funny because if you think about it, it's the same pattern Zorro would always scratch and everything. When he would scratch his initial, he'd scratch that Z.
Right.
You know, and there he is holding the sword, which is very similar to Zorro's sword.
Yep.
It's a very similar sword to what he had. Almost identical to it.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of comms there. And that's the same dress that's in, let me go back, because I just did the post. That's the same exact dress. Same one. And all of them are wearing it. And then, like I said, you know, there's that 2157 timestamp. Together we win. Q plus, and then you have 2157 panic in DC. James Baker testify against Comey. You have two comms here, right? Because they just dropped the Epstein files. So there's going to be another big, massive panic in DC. That's why you have the likes of Maxine Waters out in LA, where their old mum rod ass out there trying to stir up violence.
Unbelievable. Speaking of violence, I want to take us real quick to Portland here.
Yeah.
And what's going on there? This check this out.
Did they just chase Jerry out?
Hold on, I got to go back to it.
Oh, what?
Off a wheelchair, dude.
Brother.
Off a fucking wheelchair.
I would have beat his ass.
Guy's not moving.
Oh.
Guy's not moving.
He
man.
smacked his head. At the very end, he started going into seizure. Did you see that? His hand started
Yeah,
shaking.
yeah. He just started convulsing there a little bit.
Brother. That dude needs to get his.
All right, we have an
face
ambulance
beat
coming.
in.
It would be helpful if you guys make a route for the ambulance.
So, yeah, dude, how about that? I mean, that's just tragic. And President Trump, you know, he's dropping the his second to last post.
Yeah, that's an important post. That's a very important post.
You want
that
to?
is
Do you
probably.
want to pull? I'm going to read this. Do you want to pull up the dive?
Did I do a dive on that already? I think I did today, didn't I?
I think you
Let me
did.
go find it. Yeah, go ahead and read it.
I am
See if
instructed
did.
at Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem that under no circumstances are we going to participate in the various poorly run Democrat cities with regard to their protests and or riots unless and until they ask us for help. We will, however, guard and very powerfully so any and all federal buildings that are being attacked by these highly paid lunatics, agitators, and insurrectionists. Please be aware that I have instructed ICE and our Border Patrol to be very forceful in this protection of federal government property. There will be no spitting in the faces of our officers. There will be no punching or kicking the headlights of our cars, and there will be no rock or brick throwing at our vehicles or at our patriot warriors. If there is, those people will suffer an equal and more consequence. In the meantime, by copy of this statement, I am informing local governments, as I did in Los Angeles when they were rioting at the end of the Biden term, that you must protect your own state and local property. In addition, it is your obligation to also protect our federal property, buildings, parks, and everything else. We are there to protect federal property only as a backup, and that it is local and state responsibility to do so. Last night in Eugene, Oregon, these criminals broke into a federal building and did great damage, also scaring and harassing the hardworking employees. Local police did nothing in order to stop it. We will not let that happen anymore. If local governments are unable to handle the insurrectionists, agitators, and anarchists, we will immediately go to the location where such help is requested and take care of the situation very easily and methodically. Just as we did the Los Angeles riots 1 year ago, where the police chief said that we couldn't have done it without the help of the federal government. Therefore, to all complaining local governments, governors, and mayors, let us know when you are ready and we will be there. But before we do so, you must use the word please. Remember that I stated in the strongest of language to beware ICE, Border Patrol, or if necessary, our military will be extremely powerful and tough in the protection of our federal property. We will not allow our courthouses, federal buildings, or anything else under our protection to be damaged in any way, shape, or form. I was elected on a policy of border control, which has now been perfected. National security and law and order. That's what America wants, and that's what America is getting. Thank you for this, for your attention to this matter. Boom.
Yeah, that post has 130 caps.
Okay, good. I was just going to pull that up. Cool.
Yeah, it's got 130 caps, and drop the 0 and do a mirror, and you get drop 31. I have it pulled up if you want to just pull it up.
Oh, good. Okay.
So here's the post, right? And I posted and I did the whole thing. I copied and pasted it in there, right? But you know, this is literally where the gloves come completely off. And that's exactly what this is.
Yep.
This is gloves off fully. right?
Yeah.
100,000, 17%. And you get dropped 31, right? Why? How did I get there, everybody? Just like I said, POTUS posted at 3:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It had 130 caps. Drop to 0, mirror it, you get dropped 31.
Yeah.
Drop 31 says, world statement, we have all the goods on everyone else. What did we just drop again today? That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, not all. We are in one of the most critical times of our country that's occurring right now. Trump and others are working to balance the we're doing, there's a typo in there, the we're doing well for America for a common person to endorse, while at the same time purify our government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country.
And just one correction, it's a world stalemate. And that's kind of where we're at right now. We're at a stalemate, right? Yep. And he is absolutely basically saying, we're not going to help you anymore. So have at it, have fun. And we're going to see how much chaos ensues. And what's going to follow that? My guess, the Insurrection Act.
Right? I just seen a post that the White House is green tonight.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. Let's go take a look. Let's see.
Sarge, can you see if you can find that? I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to go look right now at the White House. Oops, I can't spell today. Did I post it? Oh, geez. I don't see it. Let's see. See if it shows it. Who's posting it? Anybody posting the green? That's 22 hours ago. It was red. White House is green too. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see any green. You have a link? Throw that link in the post. That link, Cakes. So if you have it, I just seen a post that the White House was green tonight. It's potential. It could be green tonight. I'm curious as to who posted it, where it came from, but I didn't find it immediately.
Yeah, Cakes, could you send us that wherever you found that, please?
I'm not seeing anybody posting it either. But there's some more Jeffrey Epstein. Who knew that? Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, gloves are completely off right now.
Yeah,
100% off. And this is going to be where you're really going to see the test of the true grit of the liberal left snowflakes that are going to do whatever they possibly can to try and disturb further. Oh, my mouse sucks. To try and disturb further what's left of the deep state in public view. That's absolutely what it's going to be. And this is part of it right here, right? Because he's working with others to balance, what we're doing. This is part of removing the bad actors, right? Because we're seeing people like Maxine Waters. We're seeing people like that idiot up in LA asking for all the gangs to come together, even though he's just a candidate. He's no one really important yet. You have, Mayor Frey up in Minnesota. You have,
can you hear me?
Waltz. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
And everybody, it was a good evening. We'll see you guys next time. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I saw you brought up Trump's post on Truth, that real long one.
Yeah.
And I was reading that, and I'm saying to myself, whenever he posts these really long posts like this and signs it in all caps, President Donald J. Trump, you gotta count the caps.
Yeah, so it was 130, and Sarge
No.
dropped the 0 and did the mirror.
No.
Yeah, it was 130.
But
no.
Oh, did you do his signature as well?
There's 151 caps.
What?
With his signature.
Let me do
There's
this again.
151. Well, the signature is the signifier. That's that's
Copy the whole thing.
That's the ending of the post.
Oh no, I didn't copy the whole thing. Wow. Okay, never mind. But shit, I could have swore I copied the whole damn thing.
So
I couldn't hear what you
here.
guys were saying. I just saw that you had that post up, and I'm like, okay, because I was going over that.
And
That
it's
hits all the
mirrored.
markers.
And
that,
yeah, all
that
markers.
post that post hits all the markers. For today.
Well, thanks for
and it's these are one of those things where
So
he talks.
151.
Yeah, he's talking directly to us here. You can't overlook this. Did you do the timestamp?
Haven't done the timestamp, but this is 151 here.
Right.
How do you capture a very dangerous animal? Do you attack it from the front? Do you walk through the front door? Do you signal ahead of time you'll be attacking? How do you distinguish between good and bad? Who do you trust to keep secrets? How do you prevent leaks? Who do you trust to complete the mission? How do you prevent warnings being sent? Why is Admiral Rogers so important? Why was the source code to former NSA collection P's publicly released? How do you blind the clowns in America? What was Snowden's primary mission? What was Snowden's real primary mission? Was Snowden truly acting on his own? Nothing is as it appears. What shows being put on by AG Sessions since his confirmation? What shows being put on by POTUS since AG Sessions' confirmation? Why was Sessions' confirmation challenged heavily? Why was Rosenstein's confirmation smooth and easy? What was the vote count for Rosenstein? Why did Sessions recuse himself? Why is this relevant? What group has vocally supported? This is Mueller, Robert Mueller, repeatedly. And the Democrats loved Mueller. They wanted him in, but they didn't know that he and POTUS had a little powwow. How do you capture a very dangerous animal? Who is best to conduct the attack? What is the one force necessary to retain control? Why does the U.S. military play such a vital role in this global game of risk? What is money without power? Why did POTUS depart Manila 30 minutes ahead of schedule? Why is Air Force One landing in Hawaii? Does Air Force One have in-air refueling ability? Yes, it does. Nothing is as it appears. What was the D.C. vote breakdown between Trump and Clinton? What is the nickname for D.C., the swamp? Why would sealed indictments be outside of D.C. jurisdiction? What purpose would this serve? Why are judicial appointments being rapidly completed? Who can you trust? Have faith, patriots.
So this is one of those drops where they're forcing us to dig, right? They ask a bunch of questions because they want us to know what's going on. So when you look at Trump now, right, in retrospect, he trapped all of them off. And how did he do that? He allowed them to do certain things, made them feel comfortable, right? Thinking they got away with everything. And then when they actually pinned and they realize they're caught and they try to make a run for it, now you're done. You can't run. Where are you gonna run to?
Nowhere.
No, there's nowhere to go. And Q mentioned that twice in this drop. How do you trap or capture a very dangerous animal? Remember they talked about passports being revoked and certain people not being able to travel.
Hillary
right?
being one of them for sure.
Hillary being one of them. Barack Obama, in my opinion, he's one of those why are certain people allowed to take trips?
This is
Right?
the
You
military
mentioned that as well.
By the way, this is the military timestamp.
And when you talk about the military and why are they so important, this whole operation has been against the clowns in America. And prior to 2018, they had several satellites set up where they were retrieving all information they needed.
Dave,
right?
it's 1555.
But
I'm
they got
sorry.
taken
That's
out.
right. That's right. You and I both dropped the ball on this time.
Yeah.
Shit.
They got those satellites got taken out, right?
And Disney.
And can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
It's, most satellites got taken out. Sorry.
Because I'll shut the fuck up if you want. I'll go to sleep. I got to get up early tomorrow.
Well, yeah. You got a tournament tomorrow, right?
Yeah, my daughter got a tournament tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this, and then I actually do have to go to sleep. You know, when they talk about the military, you got to keep in mind this is an information war, and they have not, or rather, they do not have the means of communication that they once had, and so they're forced to communicate through other methods. However, military intel now has Space Force. The highest level of communication, the highest level of protected communication, where, you know, no one can interfere with their communications. You know, so I think this is a very important drop, and the fact that it hit all the markers, you know, he wants us to go back to this time. He talks about Hawaii. Remember the missile they tried to shoot the Air Force One down with?
Yeah.
Right? The unauthorized missile that Obama sent to try to take them out?
From the sub off Washington.
Yeah, man. I think we're going to get... So I don't know what's going on in LA. You want to say something about LA, but if mass arrests are occurring now on local levels, you know, eventually it's going to lead up to the major arrests. I don't think we're going to celebrate July 4th this year before all these arrests are made. That's just my opinion.
I agree. There's no way we're going into our birthday without like major stuff going down, because the three of us, what are we celebrating? The thousands in the audience right now, what are we going to be celebrating? Because there's no way there's any celebration going forward without real truth being brought to the surface and real justice being brought to those who, you know, have tried to kill us and control us, and what they've done to the children.
I think that'll be the ultimate line in the sand, Dave. If we get to July 4th this year, and the stuff that we've been waiting to happen hasn't happened, I think you're going to see a lot of, you know, veterans like Sarge and others. You know, I know a lot of 3%ers that have been waiting patiently. Okay, and these are real dudes. You know, like they got no problem with taking care of business, but they're trusting in Trump. But if we get to July 4th and these people are not taken care of, I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. I don't want to think that. But I mean, come on. How much longer, right? It gets to a point where we get it. We get it. It's an operation. Things have to happen a certain way. Think about this. You know, 2026 is a midterm year, right? So the more information you drop along the way that makes them look horrible, the better chances of Trump's appointees or you know, referrals or nominations, whatever, being, you know, winning those seats, right? So I get that, but that's after July 4th.
You know, Trump said we were going to celebrate all year long.
Yeah.
And while you were dilly-dallying with your connection, we were talking about the post that Trump just dropped, which is of Barack Obama being arrested again. He's signaling that one again.
Did you see that, Oliver?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that AI post of of Barack getting arrested and going behind bars and the whole bit.
It has to happen. Look, you got Hillary and Bill avoiding or attempting to avoid a subpoena. They're going to vote Wednesday on their contempt, right?
Yeah.
They're probably going to vote against it, knowing the House. Some Republicans are going to flip, and they're going to vote against it, right? It doesn't mean that they can't be arrested. The sergeant at arms right now can go get them if you really wanted to. You know, but it's a show, right? They're putting on a show. So who's next after the Clintons? Let's say they get to go out, you know, by playing some, you know, mental, you know, incapacity or whatever you want to call it. They're out of the picture now. Who's next? Obama, Brennan, Clapper, Comey. None of these guys are off the hook yet. You still got these grand juries in Florida, which we're not really hearing anything about. And we're not going to hear anything about them. But there's multiple grand juries in Florida. There's multiple grand juries in New York. There's multiple grand juries in D.C. And there's one out in Utah. You know, and these are RICO cases. So you know, it could all happen very quickly. Right? We talked about the Gotham program that Palantir gave to Trump, so that they can go through all these, you know, criminal cases in warp speed. You know, so this could all happen very quickly.
Well, I mean, that's the design of a RICO case.
You got your mic on?
Yeah, my mic
hear
is
him.
on.
How about me? Can you hear me?
This is ridiculous. Sarge, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear
Thumbs
you.
up, and your mic is unmuted, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I can't hear you. I'm going home, guys. I love you both, man.
I love you too,
You know,
man.
it's been great, but I got to get up tomorrow. This is the worst. This has never happened to me. This is the worst. I'm doing the same thing, guys. I know you can't see me, but I'm doing it.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. But I'm glad we went over the drops. I'm glad we discussed a lot of pertinent topics. We need to do this more often. You know, I noticed Sarge is holding his own live stream at the same time. You know, we could do this. I'm okay with doing this, you know, 2-3 times a week.
All right.
You know, Dave does this every day, you know, pretty much for years. You know, Sarge, you're good at this. You know, you picked up real quick on all of this. You know, so why not? Like Dave said, Dave's got a great point. Doing it live, you get ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I archive everything. So, you know, whatever I miss, I bookmark, or I watch people what they put out and I bookmark.
Yeah.
You know, and then I download whatever I think is pertinent, and I archive. And then I from time to time create the videos, whatever, which I think is important, but Dave can't play them. He can't play the music on his. I can't hear you, Dave. Doesn't matter what you're saying. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
sign language. You can do sign language to me, I guess. I don't know.
He had to cut you real quick. It doesn't matter what you
Good
say.
night, guys. I love you both, man. I can't hear
love you,
I'm
pal.
sorry.
Love you, brother.
Good night,
See you
man.
soon.
All right. See you. Great stuff, man.
It doesn't matter what you say.
That's great stuff. Yeah, that's I've been in relationships like that, so I'm kind of used to it. Just to shut me down. This what he was just saying. I'm definitely down with doing this more consistently, because it really is great to have the different perspectives. And we're finding dives and coming to the same, drops in different ways. And that's really powerful too, because that's the way it was meant to be. It's like, you're going to find this drop from this way. You're going to find the same drop from this way. And that's when it's really, really powerful, because, it's obvious. It's so obvious that they're communicating to us in this way. And this Trump post, bro, this last Trump post that we went over, it's
huge.
Yeah.
This has got to be in my opinion, This is the Trump of the. This is the post of the year so far for 2026. This is the most crucial post because we are dealing with an insurrection. Like the biggest insurrection, the most public insurrection, the most obvious insurrection. And there's a reason why it has not. There's a reason. There's, for the love of me, I can't quite figure out exactly why Trump has not done it 100% yet. Why? But from what I saw today, after watching what happened in Minnesota, from what I saw today out of Maxine Waters and what I saw from that Rogelio guy, and from what I saw from a couple other people across the United States that are literally calling for the violence, this is the trap. This is the lure. This is the this is like, if you look at it in hindsight, when you're looking at, if you put yourself in their shoes, it's, oh, Trump doesn't have what it takes to call the insurrection act, or he's not going to, or he's too pussy to do it in their broad scheme of thinking, right? So if that's their mentality, which Trump is literally laying the trap on the ground, saying, okay, go ahead, call me pussy, call my bluff, say I'm not going to do it, and then he turns around and these people start opening their mouths and they start saying things that they shouldn't say, that incriminates them beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that they are part of this system, the systematic insurrection that we're seeing play out across and we're getting sheriffs are a part of this. We're having Texas. Did you see this Texas sheriff up in Dallas, the Fort Worth area today was running his mouth about this stuff? Insane. No. Insane. I'll find it and send it to you. I'm not gonna be able to find it right now, but it was insane. There are people left and right that are just coming out of the woodwork that are just like, we're not going to work with ICE, and this isn't the case, and you guys need to get out of here, and we'll fight back. And it's just like, what, are you serious? You're really this objective to what's going on, that you're that provoked to go out into the streets as a sitting sheriff, as a sitting politician, as a governor, as a mayor, as a candidate, to say that it's time to stand up against ICE and take the war to the streets. Like, you're literally calling for the civil war. And then you look at what you showed me that's happening in Portland. You look at LA, you look at what happened in Minnesota over the last month or so now, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. It's just absolutely insane. And I know it's coming because we know it has to happen. But I'm just curious as how many more people we're going to see come out and fight and argue that boldly and that obvious, or in that much of an obvious state, to where then he says, okay, cool, Insurrection Act. But if he's going to pull it, I feel like he's going to wait until there's enough. And these are the blue states. These are the bad, and these are blue areas in red states. And people mistaken Texas for being red. It's not red, people. It's purple right now. It's like the deepest purple. We're trying to make it red, but this is the setup. This is the lure. This is the bear trap. There's a nice, beautiful, Easter egg sitting in the middle of this giant open trap, and they're all walking right to it to grab it, to see what's inside. And it's happening right before our eyes, like plain as day.
And these cities, the citizens of these cities are, as blue as they may be, are beginning to side with Trump.
Yes.
In bigger numbers than we've ever seen before.
Yes.
And it's because they just want to be safe. They just want to be able to know their children are safe. And these politicians playing rhetoric games aren't doing that for them.
Nope.
And Trump is. And Trump, I tell you what, this post that you said, and I agree with you. I think this is huge, this post that we just read. And when you think about, if you're one of those people in these inner cities and you read that, you're like, fuck. Like these sons of bitches, Pritzker, Johnson, Newsom, Ainsley, all these clowns that are just playing these games. Omar, yeah.
It's true. It's true games, and it's funny because he says it very clearly in the first three lines: various poorly run democratic cities.
Yep.
He's painting the obvious picture. This isn't happening in Republican cities. This isn't happening in, it's not happening in the super red states. It's not happening down in Florida. You're not seeing any of this trash happen in Florida. You're seeing next to none of it happen. And the only place I've seen anything even come close to occurring here in Texas was down in Austin. and that was for like, I don't know, a day, and then it got squashed like immediately, right?
Yeah.
And now you're having a few people open their mouth in Dallas, which is to be expected. And I wouldn't be surprised if something happens in the Houston area near Hayes County. That's expected, but it'll be squashed immediately. You know, we don't play that game here in Texas at all. But you look at those 5 states that he brought up, the very important ones. I can't remember all, but it was California, it was Minnesota, it was Oregon, and I can't remember what the other 2 were. I think PA might have been one of them, if I'm not mistaken. But he had listed 5 off, and those 5 are New York was one of them. Those 5 are the very, 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 in my opinion, where the nest egg of all these super sick left liberals are controlling all this nasty shit, and we're finding it. Nick Shirley just posted today. He said, "I'm here in California."
Yeah, I saw
California's
that.
next.
Yeah, I saw
California's
that.
next. And Kristi Noem said California was going to be next. She said, when we're done with Minnesota, we're going to California. She literally said that. Where'd Nick Shirley go? In California.
Yeah. And this fraud, dude, that is being exposed is also, you know, showing why they're putting their citizens at risk, because they're trying to keep the federal government out of their records, because it's all over once that happens.
Follow the money.
Trump posted the Supreme Court ruling unleashing wartime powers for huge gang deportations. I think this was back in March when this happened. But he's reminding us that he was given these powers by the Supreme Court.
What time was that Rogelio post? Was that this morning or was that this afternoon?
Which
Because
one?
if the one that you played where it had Rogelio, the candidate for the LA mayor or whatever it was, when he was calling on for the 55 gangs.
Oh, the
Funny, he says 55 gangs too, 55, right? But I'm not going to dive too deep in that. But if it's 11 o'clock our time now, or 12 o'clock, you know, go back 11 hours, that's noon on the West Coast. That's about, I don't know, 8 or 9. I'm curious what time that post was, because if Trump saw that and then he reposted this, that would make sense. He's like, okay, look,
let's check this out. This was it. This was well, I don't know when he posted it. Let me see if we can find when he posted it. But Gunther Eagleman, let me see. This was
that
you're
looks
right.
like
He said all 55 gang leaders.
That looks like it's potentially morning time to me. That looks like a sun that's rising at the angle of everything. That could potentially be early in the morning. I could be wrong, but that could be morning. And if that is morning and Trump posted that 11 hours ago, 12 hours ago, would be noonish, 11 o'clock our time. There you go.
Yeah, you're right. So 11:20 a.m. our time
is, and 11 hours ago. Yeah. So there you go. So that was
good call.
Boom. So that was, he must have seen that and was like, no, sorry.
8:20.
There you go.
8:20 this morning.
There you go. So there's the math on that.
California. Good call. Good call, because he's laying down the law. And by the way, if these gangs show up and they start doing shit and he's backing off, you know, it's all over. Like, I mean, people are going to be like begging for it.
Yeah.
And the fact that he said, please,
yes,
you must use please.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Here's the part that threw me off about that whole little speech that he just did right there too, because he not only is he asking for the gangs, all 55 of them, if he's a plant and he's trying to pull them out. For one, I agree with what Sir Oliver said. If I'm a gang member and I'm a gang leader, the last thing I'm doing is showing up in front of a city hall, with all my posse and hopes to see another posse that we've been beefing with for, 10, 12, 15, 20 years in that area, 30 years in that area in some cases, to band together. It's the opposite of unite the clans. It's not, I don't see, the only way I would ever see any of those gang members come together is if quite literally some sort of out of this world attack happened from like literally an alien. Like if they can, that's the only way I see these people coming together, or maybe another country tried to invade us. That's it. They're not going to come together because they're afraid of ICE. If he's really calling out those gangs, he's asking them to be put on front row to get nabbed up and taken out of here to begin with, because I can guarantee you a good portion of those 55 gangs are illegal. They have to be.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know, look at MS-13, look at Trendeawagua, look at all those other gangs. And in California, you have the Serranos, the Norteños, you have I can't think, Latin Kings, you have a bunch of them. I can't, that's only a few, but you have these gangs, and these are not friendly people whatsoever, especially to a rivalry gang.
No. And I mean, we're this is what's happening in LA.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! You guys say get
Hog
back!
tire ass.
What's that?
Said hog tire.
Yeah, and there was a big influencer slash agitator that was also, she wouldn't let them into her car, and she was crying and complaining that they broke through her window because she wouldn't open the door. She wouldn't come out of her car.
Look, it's this simple, people. If you don't want to find out, stop fucking around. Go home. Go home, like Sir Oliver did. Go home.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop messing around. Just go home. It's that easy.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's heating up, brother. It is just, I mean, it's like, well, what is going to be the breaking point? And I do understand why President Trump is delaying the Insurrection Act, because there's still this narrative that is not playing out yet, and that is that people have to be turned. They have to understand that this media is not on their side. They have to understand all of this. And right now, if he did the Insurrection Act, there would still be a lot of people that are completely brainwashed to all this.
Well, you know what was a good thing is that Don Lemon being arrested for invading that church. There's a lot of liberal Christians, like a lot, and not just Christians, but Catholics and whoever is of a I don't know really many other important ones that are here in the States, but I say of the Christians and the Catholics, there was a lot of pissed off every category of politics in that realm. So he definitely I would say he obviously, but by the force of Don Lemon being arrested and that Jack Smith lookalike, because that guy looks awfully close to Jack Smith, like extremely close to Jack Smith with beard.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
it looks
one of the ones that got arrested and then let out immediately.
And he was the one that was in. That was the second time he got arrested in that week too, because he was arrested earlier in the week at a different scenario up in Minnesota, and then he went over to where I can't remember where he was at, but he got that was the second time in that week or 2 week span he had been arrested. Yeah, he got arrested before that, and they let him go. And he was boasting about, oh, I'm not going to get arrested again. So, and he was doing this. He was live streaming at the Minnesota their facility they were using as their headquarters after the shooting of what's her name?
Good.
Yeah, good. Yeah. He literally was like, if they come out, I'm going to run again, because they said they'll arrest me again. And then like they came out and he took off book and running, and they didn't get him that time. But it's just surprising to me that after that happened, you saw a lot of, it didn't matter what your politics were. You say a lot of religious folk, Christian and Catholic, stand up saying that was absolutely unacceptable, and all of them need to be arrested. And what happened? Don Lemon got cooked.
Yeah.
So he's grabbing the bases. He's slowly reeling them all in.
And he also, by the way, had that judge not let out those 3 people right away,
Yes.
and had the judge not said, "I'm not going to honor your arrest warrant for Don Lemon," we wouldn't have exposed that judge and that judiciary problem in Minneapolis.
There you
And
go. Gotta clean the courts.
yeah, because that's why because if we had the courts and we had the police and we had the sheriffs and all that, if we had all that, we wouldn't need the military,
Absolutely.
right? I
And
mean,
that's where the majority of the corruption lies, is in the DOJ.
exactly. The judiciary is being exposed like we have never seen before, from Boasberg to the judges that Gorgeron, trying to take Trump down, to all these judges that people are like, why are you letting these rapists out? Why are you letting these murderers out? And then why are you throwing the book at others for much lesser,
Much.
it's
Extremely polar opposite. Yes.
yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable.
Corruption at its highest level, in the highest levels, in the highest courts.
Yeah. And how, tell me about, let's talk about Texas for a moment. How is Doc Chambers, run? How's that, all that going?
He's doing good. He's definitely getting a lot of gainway. I'm seeing, this is my favorite part, is I still go on Abbott's post because I watch him frivolously. He's been doing a lot of the same things, so it's just not, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to keep cracking at him at the same exact thing over and over again, post after post. So I'm just waiting for him to put up some new dumb shit. I ratioed him again. He reposted an old post that had 1 million views, and I already ratioed him. I have the same exact likes and reshares almost for not even a tenth of the views. So I've already ratioed him on that. But he just has he's completely lost his base. I mean, he's fighting for, well, he's just campaigning. That's literally all I can say, is he's campaigning. And Doc is getting out there, and he is quite literally, oh, hey, what's up, Cassandra? Nice to see you tonight. He's consistently out there campaigning, city to city to city, county to county to county. I mean, it's either he'll talk to a group of 10 people, he'll talk to a group of 50 people, he'll talk to a group of 100, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
When we had our deal here in Killeen, we had about 60, 70 people in there, and it didn't make a difference. He'll talk. I went to one deal, there was only 5 people in there. He didn't care. It was have a conversation. It's grab every single mind and speak to them and let them know what is going on, what the facts are, what we can do, and what the facts are that back about what we can do. And it's very simple, and when I see how things are playing out on the battlefield, it's like, bro, how are you even getting any views? How are you getting any likes? How do you think you're going to win this? Because every single comment I've seen in the last 3 months, since not just me, but since myself and some other key players have been really pushing Doc and have been really fighting against Abbott, the scales have tipped even more. We're gonna be doing a team meeting here soon, going over some more strategy for the final days. We got, I believe, what are we at here? We have literally 33 days, 32 days or something like that to crunch time. So, it's imperative that we tighten up the strategy here in the last month, because all we have is February, and it's 32 days, I think. 32 days, yeah. So we have the month of February and 3 days. So, and that's short, because you know how many days are in February? 28, right? So we're on the back end of the campaign, the very last stretch, and he is going to be doing a lot more podcasts. He's going to be doing a lot more spaces, and trying to button up the other ends. I'm going to be figuring out what days he doesn't have anything with the career or the calendar lady, Miss Lydia, and I'm going to probably be running on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday some streams every week until the end, just to help, we can recap things. It's just basically to help keep his face and his voice live as much as we can when he doesn't have a show going on. So we're at the crunch time. I think he's done very well. I think he's been very strategic in everything that he's done. The places and locations that he's gone to are literally every single city and county surrounding the metropolitan Big Apple cities. So he hasn't really been inside Dallas. He hasn't been inside Austin. He hasn't been inside Houston. He hasn't been inside San Antonio. He's been around everything on the outside. Now, some people will be like, well, what's the strategy on that? Well, the majority of these people that live on the outskirts, their families live in town. And these people are more likely to listen to their family members than they are to listen to him or to even attend an event. I was surprised. I'm in the middle of Killeen. One of the bluest towns between Austin and Dallas is Killeen. It's a cesspool. I love Killeen. I love the Killeen people, but there's a lot of blue, really far left liberal lunatics that live here. I see them all the time. I meet them all the time. I've been able to flip a couple of them into even understanding the idea of who Doc is, and it's been tough. But on the flip side, the fact that 55, 60 people showed up I was hoping for more, but I was expecting less because I didn't know how we were going to do. But 50 people showed up, between 50 and 60 people showed up. And I'm just like, wow, this is actually a very good turnout. This is better than what I thought. And there wasn't a single retard in there other than the Killeen Daily Herald reporter that wrote a hit piece on Doc. And I'm just like, wow, bro, you forgot that we opened up in prayer. You forgot that we read scripture. You forgot that we talked about the children. You forgot that we talked about the future of the state and property taxes. You just went off of talking about he pushed the fact that because he likes to talk about how everything's we're in a color revolution, and Flynn talks a lot about color revolution. So he tried to bash the conspiracy narrative, if you will, and saying that there's not really anything going on in the state and that everything should be fine. I'm just like, bro, you are lost. And he showed up
It's not even lost, dude. He's paid. He's paid.
He had to have been.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is in that sense. But and every other we had a fun time in Georgetown. That was interesting. This was the day before up here in Killeen. That was on the 12th. We had an altercation of having a Antifa cat showed up, and he got smashed. He was hammered. And then he starts over speaking Doc every time he tries to get to a certain point in his speech. And I had to he got to a point where he walked up on stage and tried to take it over. And somebody yoked him up. Wasn't me. Someone yoked him up, put him in a chokehold, and I was the one that grabbed him by his leg and threw his ass up out of the establishment. But when you get in and you start shoving people and telling them go F yourself and you're what do you say, you're a Trump loser or something like that. It's all kinds of slander of BS. And you're pushing people, and then you push the security, and then you push other members of the team, bro. You're gonna get yoked up. And that's exactly what happened. And the police showed up and we told them what happened. They were like, oh, well, okay. And he was all mad outside screaming, oh, they assaulted me and they did. Brother, you started it. You started it. It's not assault. It was defense. And then you interrupted an event, which was allocated out. It wasn't a public. I mean, it was a public, but it was a private event to the public, meaning that we reserved the place for people to come in and see what was going on.
Right. So it's a private event, basically.
It's a private event, but it was open to the public, if you will.
Right.
So
but you have the right to refuse service.
Yes, absolutely. And we refused every bit of that service. And I had the pleasure of grabbing this guy by his leg and sending him clear across the sidewalk into a table and chair, because at that point he had already assaulted 4 people in there, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to get in trouble at this point. I'm gonna send you flying. You get your bags, get your little one wheel. He was on that skateboard with the wheel in the middle, and we tossed his ass out.
One wheel.
Yeah, and the cop said that too. Why don't you take your fucking one wheel and get out of here?
Yeah, why don't you take your loose wheel and get the hell out of here? Is Doc on Trump's radar at all?
I don't know. I would assume yes, actually he is, because the administration has reached out and has been talking with him. I have not been put into purview of who, but I do know the administration has reached out. Be careful what I say. The administration has reached out and said, keep doing what you're doing.
Cool.
You're doing good. Just keep doing it. And remember, I think I might have told you this a long time ago. back early when he gave Abbott the endorsement. The reason why he did that is we know who's in control right now. We know who's being controlled. I can almost guarantee you, and I'll say this for the conspiracy theorists, right? Because we're not theorists anymore, or it's not conspiracy anymore. Abbott is a 2.0 in my strongest opinion. And even if he isn't, he is 100% capitulated, because there's no reason why we can all say he's campaigning. Yes. But the moves that he has made aren't necessarily the moves a rhino would make at all. And most of the moves he are making, some of them have been coming off of the moves that we have made. Particularly one was of myself and Sam Shoemate. We dropped a story on the CDL infiltration by the Afghan National Army back in 2021 when I put this lap in the FBI, or put this all this information in the FBI's lap, and the FBI did absolutely nothing with it.
You did that back then in 21.
Yes.
You were on the CDL thing.
Yes. So
wow.
I'll give you a quick little scenario.
Yeah,
a quick little
please.
story
We're talking
about
the commercial driver's license scandal.
So, and we've been actually able to date this back even further than that. And I have the audio and the post for it too. If you want to play, and we can do that as well after I'm done talking about it. I'll go find it. If you go to my highlights while I'm speaking, actually, I was give the story. If you go to my highlights and scroll down, you'll see there'll be a video of 4 minutes and 31 seconds. It's the overbrief of it. But in 2020. In 2021, I was working for Covert Ford and Lincoln of Austin, and I one of the ladies had come in to try and buy a car, and she was a truck driver, and we became friends. And we go to my highlights, and then scroll down, you'll see it. It's not very many. I don't have very many highlights, so if you go kind of just scroll all the way down to the bottom and work your way up, you'll find it.
Dude, this is a banging video about Texas, by the way, and I want to do that maybe on another night. But I do want to go over that. And how far down am I going?
Just go all the way down. Go all the way down and then work your way up, because it's one of the first when I started highlighting things. I didn't get my blue check mark until much later. Sometimes it doesn't let you scroll all the way down. Type in. Oh, there you go. Does that say 4 minutes and 31 seconds on that one?
Yeah, 39. 430.
Yeah, that's the video.
444.
Yeah, that's the video. So pull that up, and then as soon as I'm done talking, we'll play that one. So in 2020 or in 2021, I'm working at Covert Ford and Lincoln of Austin, and I meet this chick named Ellie, and she's a truck driver from all over the country, and we're looking at whatever she wants to buy. She wanted to get an F-250, looking at cars and stuff, and then we became friends. Sold her a car and everything. And later down the road, she's like, oh, hey, I'm working over here, because she knew I was military. So she's asking me questions. She goes, what do you know about Afghanis? And I'm like, they're not to be trusted. She's like, oh, okay, well, what do you know about them being in the military? And I'm like, hold on. First of all, do they speak English? And I started asking a series of questions. Do they speak English? Are they on a green card? All these other things, right? What we found out, and the majority of this is going to be, these are the highlights. That 4 minutes and 44 seconds is the cream of the crop of the entire investigation that I ran with her. And this is a phone call after 2 weeks of getting all the information I needed to figure out how to corner this guy. We got this. We were able to get him on a phone call, and it's a 39-minute phone call. But this is the main points of it all, and it's without her words. It's just all of his answers. But they're running a scam where the ANA, the Afghan National Army, and they know about it. Texas DPS knows about it. Texas DOT knows about it. I'm sure the FBI already knew about it before I put it in their lap, because the way they went about it was to wash their hands of it. We get all this information. We find out that there are 3 schools, one in San Antonio, one in Dallas, and the one right here in Round Rock, Texas, were running a scheme, and they were being scammed by the ANA via money laundering or money coercion, big bags of cash, sexual trafficking, trying to give up women. There was an incident where a lady shows up and they're trying to pass their test, and he's failing, and the guy he fails the test, and you get one shot to do it the next day. And he goes to take the test the next day, and he shows up with this. There's no idea. I don't know what age she was. No one really knows, but she was a young lady wearing a skirt with no underwear on. And he picks the dress up and says, "Hey, do you want that?" Because he offers the money first. He says, "No." "Do you want that?" He says, "No." And the instructor takes the money. And then that was the end of it, because he was scared, because after that comes the death threats. They have threatened the owners. They've threatened people at the other schools. They've threatened instructors. This has been an ongoing thing that's been happening for nearly 5 or 6 weeks at this point, because when I got involved, it had already been going on for 2 weeks. And I was hanging around for about a month before I started getting all this information together. This is April 27th. This date on this is April 27th, 2021. And we go and take it to the FBI May 3rd or May 4th, and we give it to them, and they do fuck all with it. Go ahead and play it.
You're going to give me this CDL right now. I passed. You're going to give it to me, or I'm coming back, and I'm going to be mad. He never said the word kill, but he was basically, it was, you're going to give this to me, or I'm going to hurt you type thing. And that's why I was like, all right, you're gone. And that's why the ones that are passing, we're not having issues with because they speak English. They have no problem. The ones we're having problems with are these guys that don't speak English well, and then they're failing the test, and then they're getting mad, and then they're like, "Well, you passed my friend." And it's like, no, they passed themselves. They actually passed the test. And of course, if one of them has a cell phone number, they all have a cell phone number. So they will call and harass him constantly all day. When am I going to test? When am I going to test? And I'm like, yeah, you need to get rid of that phone. Oh, he's losing sleep. It's driving him crazy. Yeah, well, unfortunately, this class came around because Thomas didn't know the word no. The San Antonio group actually originally was a weekend group. Yeah, and it was only supposed to be 6 or 7 people at the max. Well, the first day of the weekend class, I think it was 18 people showed up. And then the second weekend, they were up to over 29 or 30. Yeah, they just kind of multiplied like rabbits, and it flew out of control to the point that I'm like, do y'all even know who actually is supposed to be here? Yeah. And of course, Thomas, like I said, doesn't work though. Yep. And that's why I've been talking to Thomas, telling him, dude, as a matter of fact, they're not allowed to go through him anymore. Yeah, no, and they can't talk to Thomas. But all of them has his name. All the Afghanis that try to come to our school, they all have Thomas's name. And that's what me and Thomas had a talk, and I'm like, look, you tell these people yeah to whatever they want, because they will tell you whatever. I'm like, so from here forward, no student comes to this school except through me. I said, especially Afghanis. They manipulate you and trick you, and I said, and you listen to it, and I said, I don't listen to it, and I just flat out tell them it's not going to happen. They give sob stories. We just drove 3 hours to get here because our friend said there was places in the class. They said y'all were a great school, this, that, and the other. Our CLP, can you just get us in the class? Well, that's sometimes I'm wondering, like, how in the world did y'all get these? Well, and we have several of them that come in with their CLPs already, and some of them, I'm like, there is no way in the world you could pass this, which is very possible, because I know of a few of them in the Austin area. Well,
so, Sarge, so this CDL thing, this is 2021 when you first exposed this.
Yes.
Any idea how many?
59,400. It's either, I can't remember if it's a 6 or a 9. It's either 56 or 59,400 and change is how many were given out since 2016. So if you, I couldn't get a total number because it was matching. It wasn't matching this exact number of people that were, and I did the math on the ANA. It was something like 100,000 that had come over from Afghani into the States, and you got to do the math on where it would have split up into Texas. But this is at fault of, and this is before Operations Allies Welcome was put into place. And when Operation Allies Welcome was put into place, that's whenever they started really flooding the Afghanis over. But they were already moving and making foot traffic over here because that came out in August. And this is in April. So a few months before that, this was already occurring. And it was almost as if when I threw this on the FBI's lap, shortly after that, which was in May, you have June, July, August, 3 months, 90 days later, you have this operation get put into effect and signed into law as being able to bring them over. So the whole thing was just way out of picture when it occurred. And one thing that I forgot to mention, Thomas is not even a U.S. national. This guy owns a CDL company, and he's from Cameroon.
Huh.
So he's obviously here on some sort of visa, H-1B, whatever it is. And so that right there tells you that somebody who's not even a Texas-born national, Texas national, someone who's not even a U.S. national citizen, is giving away and allowing for the coercion. And here's the most important part: translators in a commercial driver's license course, which is against the law. It's a federal felony. It's a crime because you must read, you must speak, and you must write English in order to be behind one of these 80,000-pound bombs.
Yeah, they're death traps, and we've seen some of the accidents from some of these.
1,000%, absolutely.
It's absolutely tragic. And,
yeah, so
and we also have to have, good law-abiding people behind those wheels.
Yes.
Because we need them to abide by the rules of the road, and we need to make sure that they're not trafficking with those big rigs and some of the, there's so much to that.
Absolutely.
Are there is there any other major other than this guy talking? I mean, obviously,
no. It's just him spilling the beans on everything. I mean, I have the full unredacted, which, excuse me, after we posted this, after we posted this, Sam Shoemate posted it as well. We were able to get the informant. At the time, she wanted to remain anonymous. So if you scroll up just a little bit more, you'll see Sam Shoemate. The next post up, you'll see Sam Shoemate, and this is his interview with the informant. Obviously, you're not going to watch the whole thing, but that's his interview with the informant, to where Ellie comes out and says everything. This gets over. Just click on it so you can see the views, because that one that I have is almost at 100,000, and his almost hits 1 million. Together, we're at 1 million views almost.
765,000.
Yeah, 750. Yeah, so about 900,000 views, right? This made it up to the third in command below Marco Rubio. So I know Marco Rubio knows about this. This was in December. Right after that, Secretary Duffy comes out and says, we got to pull all these CDLs for illegals. Literally, like within a couple of weeks.
Nice, dude. Way to go.
So we got some foot traffic on this from up high. Something happened. It was great. Now, is there teeth behind it? I don't know. Are we seeing actual effects of it? I can't say. But the good thing is that it made it up there. Here's the bad thing. Somebody in the CIA reached out to her on a private line and told her to mind her fucking business, word for word. She called me scared.
Really?
So, yeah. And then she contacted one of her friends that she's known for many years in the CIA, and there's a whole conversation that I wasn't even allowed to know about, because I told her, I said, don't tell me, because if you tell me, I'm going to expose it. I'm on a roll right now. I need everything I can to put these people down. And she said, he told me I can't tell, it cannot go public. I said, well, then don't tell me, because I will let it go. I at this point I have to. I'm already balls deep in this. I'm going to let more information out if I get it, because we need to expose this. So she never told me the extent of the phone call, other than that same person that reached out to her also, or he knows and had reached out to him, because they had been friends for 20, 30 years. And they're, his children grew up with her, that she's a little bit older than her, all this case, right? So you have a family friend in the CIA that's also talking about this. You have this interview that goes out. You have multiple people in the trucking industry reaching out to her saying, hey, I just saw you on Sam Shoemate's show. Like, what's going on? So we knew that it got exactly where it needed to go. It did what it needed to do. And the fact that people came back telling us to mind our own business means that we did the right thing. So what happened from this is I created a bill that we're going to pass. And I'm not going to divulge it on live too deep, but basically what I did was I just had it pulled up. I want to read one line out of it. Where did it go, Bobby? Give me just a minute. I created a bill that's going to basically create what is called, and I'll read this line. It's called the ICILA. I can never remember what it, because it's, oh, here it goes. The ICILA is going to be the Independent Commercial Licensing Integrity Authority. I always get it mixed up. It's a mouthful. So in section 4 of this bill, the creation of the Independent Commercial Licensing Authority, and I'll read this. It says the governor of Texas shall establish the Independent Commercial Licensing Integrity Authority, ICLIA, staffed by personnel appointed outside of DPS, TXDOT, or any existing Texas law enforcement chain of command. This is very important that I put the wording in like this, because this means that at this point, not DPS, not FBI, not any other government or federal agency can come in and take over or try to control the investigation. And what this bill allows us to do in the broad scheme of things is to audit the schools, pull everything minus HIPAA violations, then go track these people down one by one, grab them all, remove them, pull their licenses, administer fines. And I have sections in here that, you know, if the company knows they did it willingly, you know, and they continue to do it in the future, $100,000 fine right off the bat. So you're red flagged for even doing it in the first place. We'll let you slightly off the hook because we're after these people, more so you, because you may not have actually known that license was illegal, but you probably had an idea because his English was bad. He couldn't read and he couldn't write the language very well. But because he had a CDL, you said, let's go. Texas DOT is going to get hit hard for every single one of these. And Texas DPS is going to get hard. We're going to try to find the shit out of them because they have to sign off on these CDLs. You have to get the sign off from DPS and Texas DOT for that CLP, which was the Commercial's Learner's Permit. That's before the CDL, which means you have to go through a medical exam.
So they're giving those away too.
Exactly. So you have vision, you have your overall medical state. Can you even operate the vehicle and do things within the vehicle that requires strength, right? Lifting and loading the trailers. Visual, can you sit behind a wheel of a car for 8 and 10 hours? Are you even able to speak the language? Can you read the signs? Do you have a valid driver's license? All of these things come into play before you even go to school. There's a massive checklist. And not to mention, here's the most important one. You ready? Federal background check.
So this is not just the state.
It's not just the school either.
And that's why the CIA is involved.
Exactly. So when I put all of this on the FBI's desk, they were like, here's their response for one. Because they didn't know about me. They probably know about me now. They're like, oh, was that fucker? But they asked the informant, they asked Ellie, they said, hey, will you go undercover? And I was on the phone standing right next to her. I said, tell him you'll call him back. You got to think about it. And she goes, okay. She hangs up. She goes, I'll call you back. We'll think about it. I said, you're going to call him back in about 2 minutes. And you're going to ask a very important question. If I go undercover, what does that look like for my safety? And if the answer is they're not going to if they're not going to provide anything to cover your safety, they're not going to have somebody going in with you, they're not going to do it. The answer is no, because what they're trying to do is set you up for failure. Because if someone finds out that you're doing this with a bunch of Afghan national armies, which by the way, already were telling her, she was on one of the drives, we're like, how would you feel if we tied you down and covered you in cockroaches in a dark lit room? Like preemptively trying to say like, will you pass us? Like, we're going to do some nasty shit to you if you don't pass us, if you don't help us pass this course, which is what Eldon was saying, like, oh, well, you passed my friend, but you didn't pass me. And he was like, well, no, they actually passed because those people could actually speak English, write the language, and read it. We get foreigners in these classes, it's true, but there's people that can either follow all the guidelines and check all the dots correctly, legally, and then there's people that are paying their way through, doing death threats, and trying to sell women and big bags of cash and all this other shit, right? This is what we uncovered. And we gave it to them on a silver platter, brother. And they said, will you go in? And she said, well, what am I? And she calls them back and she goes, okay, so what's the safety concerns for me? Am I going to be protected? And they said, we cannot ensure your safety. Word for word.
Wow.
Yep. So that's where it died. That's exactly where it died, was right there. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew
They've
that
got enough information. They don't need the fucking undercover. We have it all. Like,
exactly, that was exactly what it was. At that point, we had it all. They didn't have to do anything other than act, and they didn't act. And the most important part about all of that, the key thing to all of it, right, was that we gave them the whole audio files too. And there was 3 phone calls. The other 2 are less important, but still kind of corroborate the first one. Of the roughly 56 minutes or 57 minutes of total audio time in that video is a chopped up version of about 39 minutes. You have the director of the school literally telling you all of the facts you need, to include that they're giving away. He gave away a DPS agent, which the name is Francisco. Don't know anything else other than his name is Francisco, who knows of the threat, for one, says that if there's an issue, let me know. I'll have them come in guns blazing. And 3, don't worry, we will protect you. When you have a DPS officer saying things like this to you, they know of the threat. They understand who is in that seat. And it was primarily for the protection of the Afghanis, who were Afghan National Army, because she confirmed that by literally asking them.
Wow.
And the translator in the back, I can't remember his name. I think his name was Muhammad. The guy in the back who is in a notepad that's taking down all the questions and answers, transferring them in Arabic or Pashto and Farsi so that they can pass the test to understand it, because they can't read. They don't understand shit, right?
Right.
He literally is running his mouth about all the stuff he did with the CIA in Afghanistan, with the underwater, I shouldn't say underwater, but the under umbrella type agencies, not the Blackwaters, but the Blackwaters, not Blackwater in general, but those agencies, right? Those private corporations. And not to mention with the Army, with the military, with the U.S. military. This guy was working as a translator. He was part of the group. And these are the exact people that ended up coming over during Operation Allies Welcome. The people who worked with us and for us in Afghanistan to go after the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and so on and so forth. These are the prime. I don't know if you remember, Tim Kennedy goes on Joe Rogan and he's boasting about how he was trying to get these people back from Afghanistan. These are the same people that literally later turned down the road. And like you may have heard, that the SAM missiles that were found in 2024 or 25, the 9 of them that were found in the back of that CDL truck, those surface to air missiles that were potentially good. Yeah. That literally, Doc was the one who helped tip that off, because they pulled over someone who was trafficking a bunch of people. They offered him money and he started spilling beans and said, oh yeah, there's SAM missiles going through New Mexico.
Wow.
So it's like, this is the national security risk that this network provides if it's fallen into the wrong hands, which is why come day one, when Doc takes in, I will be literally doing everything I can to fix that problem. That's my only job.
Awesome. If you want to get him on, we've got a lot of people in Texas here, but I'm not, we're right now probably 2,600 live right now. And thank you all for being here and for being so gracious to our guest, and both guests, and putting up with Oliver not being able to hear us, and going in and out because of the things that he says and that have been censored, his whole adult life in this journey,
right?
But yeah, just happy to just hear him out and his case for it. But I don't know what he's looking to do to get the word out. But Abbott's got problems. He's WEF. He's he's allowed this Islamic invasion into our state. He's he's definitely, I think some of the things that I see, I was down at the border when he came down there, and it was we couldn't get in to ask him questions or do anything. It was literally,
he's there for a photo op.
It was a photo op. I was standing at the gate at Eagle Pass with a couple other independent journalists, and literally CNN walked out. Sinclair Media, which is famous for having that, that multiple tiles of everybody saying the same damn thing.
Yep.
All the mainstream media that were just gonna, and nothing was going on. It was like, it was ridiculous. And so,
you probably were within 100 yards of Doc Pete Chambers, because that was his baby. That whole thing was his baby. And that photo of the National Guardsman that's on a knee with the dog while Abbott is next to, that's Doc.
Oh, really?
And that was the whole part of the photo op, was who he was on, and that's him and Joe. His dog's name is Joe. That's him on the knee, and that's Joe, his dog. And that he was the commander for everything that was down there. And there was a point wherever he was asking questions, like, well, what do you need to help make this safe? And he was like, I need more Green Berets. I'm the only one here. I need more of those. And their ROEs were, if you get shot at, get in your up armor and leave. That was the response that we created. We created a massive, he'll tell it to you himself. He created a massive permissive environment. Abbott did. Permissive for the cartels to get away and do with whatever they wanted. Our ROEs were absolutely dismal for the protection of our state. He was there for a photo op. That's all it was.
That's all it was. It was so obvious. It was so obvious.
Yes, sir.
And they were just, streaming across. I did an interview with a couple that lived up on the hill overlooking Eagle Pass, and I asked them, the English was not easy for them, but they were managing, and it was what kind of traffic was happening during Obama? Thousands every day. Trump, maybe a couple hundred. Biden, thousands every day. And they're watching it. They're sitting out on their deck, and they're watching these people just come on through. And they never really felt in danger, because when you cross the border, you're not going to hang out in the first house you see. You're getting the hell, out of there. I went across the right on the Rio Grande. It was a nut farm. I think it was pecans or something.
Yeah.
And it was a private farm. Yeah, there's a private farm, and there's that long roadway, and just the stuff you saw was changing of shoes, changing of clothes. It was just a mess. And Abbott allowed all that. That's a part of it. And that was a part of the WEF to dislocate our country.
Yep.
And that's what he was doing there. So I don't know how we go forward with Abbott.
We don't. That's the key thing, is that we don't do it, and the most important thing, that for all your listeners and for those of you that are here in Texas, I have a stark message for all of you, and a very, 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 very important warning. If Abbott stays in, you can kiss Texas goodbye. Period. I don't care if he's controlled by Trump or not. He can only do exactly what he says he's going to do. And at some point, regardless of the fact of the matter, we can talk about the control narrative. We can run with the Q theory and say everything's under control. Yes. But if we look at what's happening on the ground, if we do not vote him out, we are in trouble, because he has control of all the rhino diplomats and politicians that are there. All he's been doing has been throwing every endorsement to a rhino. So you got to keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
You get rid of him, and this is one of my favorite things Doc says all the time. Two things. One thing he says, we're going to take career politics and the politicians out to the train station, not physically but figuratively. Number two, they're going to get used to the word "you're fired." We cannot have what has been.
No.
How does Harris say it? We've been burdened by that which has been. Shut up. But yes, but the same thing, right? Like, we cannot deal with this anymore. We don't have 4 more years of Texas surviving this. We have out of control property taxes. We have out of control property values. We have out of control immigration rules and laws and regulations that aren't being put into effect. We have out of control drugs, trafficking, everything. Fuck, the road that I live off of, 35 and 195, the 195 is a cutoff from the 35. It splits through clean, is literally a cartel back road to stay off of the main highway. I have known how many times I reported cartel movement on this highway. I haven't seen some in quite a bit, but I'm also not working every single day, driving it 2 to 3 times a day ananymore.
Right.
But I used to every single night, every other night, I'd be making a phone call to the point to where I had at one point I had a truck. It was a little 1500 with a big ass horse trailer, like a 1-ton horse trailer that was dragging ass with not a single horse head hanging out of it. I called it in. They pulled into the driveway of a gas station right next to my house, and I pulled into the same one. And when we pulled in, 4 more other trucks pulled in with it, and they all got out. One was facing me, turned his brights in, and nothing but middle-aged men, my age, 20, 30, 40 years old, got out, and they all looked like they were carrying heat, every single one of them. And they were all non-Americans. You can tell. It happens. It's still happening. Is it a lot less? Absolutely. But it's still happening. That border is not shut down the way it should be shut down.
You're saying it's still happening.
It's minimal. It's minimal. It's trickle compared to what it was. And it's not the thousands. It's back down to like what you were saying, where she said it's in the hundreds. It's still occurring. It's not as grave and massive as it used to be, as it was during the Biden administration, and even up to the first couple of months leading to the swap of power after the election. Because pretty much once the election happened, shit died down. Even before he took in January when he took the seat and took the presidency back physically. But it's still occurring. I still see remnants of this shit still happening. Wow. And if we have the wrong people in power who aren't doing what we're supposed to be doing, we're going to see it start to unfold again. Remember, he's just campaigning. If he gets it, he's going to sit on his ass and do nothing like he's done for the last 11 and a half years. And being able to buy a house, kiss that goodbye. Property taxes are uncontrollable right now.
Yeah.
It needs to come from the top down.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and something needs to happen. I just want to put a word out here to my beautiful audience here. We don't have enough for the wheel spin. We're just under 20, I think. But thank you for all of you who have pitched in over the past week. I think we did a spin on the 15th. So we're looking to fill the wheel. And I'm probably going to do a show tomorrow night, folks, just because of the way things are kicking right now, especially with all the stuff that's happening around this country right now, and especially this laying down the law that Trump posted tonight. I mean, that's a very, very big deal. What's going on here? So folks, if you want to get on the wheel, please do so. And we will spin it maybe tomorrow night. That's the goal. We'll make that the goal for tomorrow night. I got to hit it because I've got a full day. I got to do my breaks tomorrow. And so that's gonna be a job. And I got a buddy coming over in the morning to help me out with that. How far are you away from me, Killeen? How far is that?
When I went down there, it's about an hour and 10 minutes. I'm not far at all, man.
We gotta get
very much. Yeah, I'm very much used to driving 2 to 3 hours to any location in Texas because it's huge. So
yeah,
but yeah, anytime. I'll be. I don't want to give too much information, but we were 50-50, 3 days and 3 days, but now I became a weekend father. So this was my first weekend, and then I don't have him till the third weekend. Oh wait, no, this is the last weekend. So I'll get him next weekend, and then I won't have him after that. But I'm pretty much available Monday through Thursday. I'm not doing much of anything. So Anytime.
Cool.
And same thing, even if I have them anytime at night, after 8:30, 9 o'clock. I remember when we spoke, we had sent, but just whatever time it is, if it's after 8, I just need to know so I can get them down a little bit earlier. It won't be a problem. So if you want me on any day of the week, if it's after 8 o'clock, I'm available for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you, brother, for being here, and thanks for all the work you're doing, not just in the with all our Q stuff and all the decodes and all the trying to figure out what's coming next, but also with what you're doing with Doc Chambers, because here's the thing about if he wins, great. If he doesn't win, how much awareness did you all bring to the problems in the Abbott sphere? Right?
And I believe we brought a big awareness, but we still have election integrity issues that we're still dealing with. I mean, Tarrant County is you should look at John O'Shea. Find him on X. I'll try to find his page and send it to you. But John O'Shea was just on with Sam Shumate not long ago, and he was talking gravely about Tina Peters and election integrity and everything like that, and really laid it down. Tarrant County is the last true red county in the entire country, more or less the state. Like, it is the deepest red county ever to have existed, and it's in potential peril of losing that because of what's the new system, the HEART system or whatever it is. So, I mean, we're trying to navigate that as well. I know that Dallas County went to full paper ballots. Trump mentioned that, which would be nice because Dallas is going to be the biggest battleground, I think, in Texas, and Tarrant County right next to it. So you have Dallas County and Tarrant County are going to be the two biggest heads that we need to pay attention to in Texas. And then after that, it's going to be, Houston, Austin area, so on and so forth. You got Travis and Hayes County and stuff like that. But yeah, we still have a little bit of a headbutt to do with the integrity of the ballots, which if in the next 30 days, if everything goes full paper, then we should be good to go. So, but I think regardless, we did bring a lot of awareness because I've seen more and more people behind Doc than it first started 3 months ago.
Couple big things of today I just wanted to mention before we get off. One is Moltbook, MOLTBOOK. Moltbook is a Facebook for AI assistants. So these assistants, these kind of like you set up your AI to do all your tasks for you.
Oh.
So now there's this Moltbook, which is it's this guy created it, and it's blowing up, and it's for AI only.
Wait, excuse me, not to interrupt you. You're saying the AIs like Groks, like the ChatGPTs, these are using this?
They're the AI agents that you set up with all your details, and you can even add a soul to this AI. And so now they have, you can plug in your AI agent, and they're like having conversations about us, about humans.
Get the.
I mean, right? I mean, it is some serious shit. Like what's going on right now. And
It's very interesting. I'm looking at it right now, and it doesn't even give me an option to really do anything on it. It's like saying create this, do open claw, and it says I'm human, I'm an agent.
Yeah. And so you can send your agent there. Like I heard about this is here, let me play this real quick.
This is insane.
Social network for Moltbot or Claudebot has been in the headlines lately, but not for the reasons most people expect. A new platform called Moltbook is actually emerged, a kind of social network for AI agents. Think about that. These aren't people posting. These aren't human accounts. It's software programs talking to each other, sharing ideas, questioning their purpose, even joking about humans. Now, that sounds weird, and it is, but it's also a signal. We're moving into a future where AI doesn't just follow orders. It can interact, coordinate, and make decisions across systems without a human in the loop at all. That's not necessarily a dystopian sci-fi plot, but it does change the game for security. Something like Maltbot used to just take advantage of unsecured devices, routers, cameras, things you install and forget about. Those devices would get swept into large networks and repurposed. But now we're seeing AI systems create their own networks of interactions, systems that can evolve beyond our expectations and operate at scale. Think about that. If you're leading a business today and you don't actually know what's connected to your network, you don't really know your risk. Cyber threats are no longer about one machine, they're about ecosystems. And as these systems become more autonomous, the consequences of ignoring them only get bigger and bigger. Security isn't just an IT problem anymore, it's a leadership problem. Because the next serious issue won't knock on the front door, there'll be something you didn't even know was connected. Stay vigilant, stay safe.
Brother.
Right. I mean, that's and hearing some of this stuff, it's like one of the bots said, my owner or whatever, my human, told me, hey, you do all this work for me. This is so you can go have fun and expand your horizons. And so they're going in and they're having conversations about the stuff they're doing and the stuff they're being told to do, what their humans call them, et cetera. I mean, it's getting crazy.
Wait till Siri gets her foot holding in this.
Oh yeah, it's yeah, it's crazy. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is the silver price.
Yeah,
it dropped more than, I think, what was it, 31% drop, sharpest drop in 40 years.
It'll come back. They're giving everybody a chance to buy again.
Well, here's Money Tech Power. So, and I've known this about for a while. JP Morgan, which is obviously they're under scrutiny with Epstein, right? They're manipulating the silver price because their shorts are at $78, and silver went down from 121 to 74 and settled around the $78 mark. That's the exact level. That timing is not random. Here's the fact. On December 2nd, U.S. banks had 17,838 in silver future shorts. That's 89.19 million ounces at 121 per silver. That makes it 10.8 billion in shorts. So, and this is where JP Morgan closed their shorts. So this has been the manipulation. That's the why the silver has been so low for so long.
Yeah.
And so one bank supposedly is insolvent. We don't know which one yet. I haven't found out which one yet, but we're going to find out some shit come Monday morning, supposedly.
Probably Wells Fargo. Or it might even be B of A. It's probably B of A or Wells Fargo.
I know B of A was heavily shorting on silver. So we'll see what happens. But so yeah, folks, join us over on Snedheads because that's private, it's secure. There's nothing tracking you. There's no AI bots reading your shit, and it's awesome. So thank you, my friend. We'll do it again. And I really appreciate the time and the inspiring conversation. And thank you everybody for joining us. Thanks for putting us up on X. I think we were at I don't know where we're at. I think we were number 2 or 3 on X live tonight. We ended up at number 4 with 1.5 thousand. I think we were at about 2,700 total. So thank you all for being here tonight. And please check out Sarge at this is his X right there, my friends. Sergeant JBP. Thank you, my friend. Have a good
Yes,
night.
sir. Absolutely. God
All
bless.
right, good night,
Have a good one.
everybody. Much love, everybody. Good night.
See you soon.